industry that's happening in the ecosystem. So there's a lot of changes happening in the environment, and we need to align with those changes. So how do we align in the light of these changes that are happening, and maybe some new concepts of marketing which are up and coming now, which are the new ones, the buzzwords now. One could look at that, and also try and refresh some of the concepts that are really traditional, but they remain for evergreen. So there are some concepts which are evergreen, and we may want to pursue that. We may want to refresh our memory. How many of us have done management in any form, whether it is diploma, online, offline? Anybody has done management? Any hands up? No? Hardcore? Okay, lovely. Which one did you do? Please sit down. Please sit down. Sorry. Hospital and healthcare man. Okay. Very good. And excellent, excellent. And we are all students. Don't worry. Even I'm a student. Yeah. When I meet you all, I'm a student. I ain't a trainer or whatever. Yeah. But which stream are you specializing in? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And in healthcare, and in the hospital and healthcare. Okay. You didn't have a specialization in operations or diagnostics and whatever. Okay. All right. Okay. So you have some. Anybody else? Or anybody reads any books on management, and then more specifically marketing management or HR or anything like that? No? It might help you. I mean, in all humility, I might say it will help to read, because there's a lot there that you can gain as insights. There's a lot that you can gain. So, like I said, I've been asked to share my experiences with you all, my expertise with you all. I'm not a teacher here, and I'm not a trainer, because I can't train you all in 2 hours. You guys are too good to be trained, yeah, in your own profession. But yes, we can share a lot of two-way communication in terms of what's happening, what kind of specific issues or problems you may have at your workplace in terms of running your business, in terms of running your clinic and your hospital. And we can figure out how marketing can come and do a few magical tricks, if you will. Yeah. But I would like to keep the session very open. I'm normally not a PowerPoint presenter. I'm normally not a guy who carries notebooks and textbooks and notes and whatever. I just get into the class, take the session as it comes, and make it a two-way interaction session where I say something, you say something, and then we take it on from there and we build on that, because that's the best way to learn, rather than me coming with a cast on stone kind of a theoretical subject or whatever, and then just try to deliver that. So feel free to stop me. Feel free to ask me any questions. I've made certain assumptions, and I seek your concurrence and approval on that. And if I've gone grossly wrong, my apologies upfront, yeah, without any disclaimer on that. But I made certain assumptions saying that we all need to refresh our memory on some of the old concepts, old fundamentals. We also need to understand certain new changes and trends that are happening in the market. And we also need to understand what could be some of the new marketing tools and concepts that can come into force that can help us to overcome some of the new changes that's happening in the marketplace. And I'm sure all of us agree that in the marketplace, irrespective of whether it is consumer goods, whether it is consumer durables, whether it is healthcare, whether it is any other stream, a lot of changes are happening. And we need to be very cognizant of those changes and probably also respond. I wouldn't use the word react. I would say we need to respond to those changes. And why do I say respond instead of react? React can be knee-jerk, whereas respond can be reflect and respond. So we think through and then respond to those kind of changes to align ourselves with today's customers. So with that kind of a prelude, I'm going to kick off. But in the meantime, if you'll have anything to ask, say, do, whatever, feel free, and feel absolutely chilled out. Yeah, it's a two-way communication, a tete-a-tete, a chit-chat kind of a session where you can feel free to stop me. Yeah. Any questions, anything that you'll want to ask or say, or tell me how you or what your expectations are out of the session? I'm more than happy to take that on board first before we kick off. Sure. Lovely. Okay. Okay. That will be one aspect of it. Yeah. One aspect of it. Yes, please. Right. 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 Okay. I hope you all don't mind if I also ask you all questions or yeah. Treat me as a friend, treat me as a colleague, and treat me as whatever you want. But we are both on the same side of the fence. We want to learn. Do you do anything incorrect, inappropriate, unethical? No. Hang on. So if you don't do nothing inappropriate, unethical, even marketing, what you're doing is inappropriate, not unethical. You get what I'm trying to say? No, I'm just coming to the point. Let me finish this point if you don't mind. If I am doing anything and everything which is correct and appropriate and ethical as per my conscience, and if I now go on to do marketing, I am doing it in the most ethical manner, in a most appropriate manner, in a most correct manner. And now I will ensure that the other person perceives that in the same breath. The moment I start feeling guilty, I don't know why this thing is dropping anyway. The moment I feel guilty, the moment I am conscious about the fact that I'm probably not doing something right, then I think the ball starts there. So I think the first thing that we need to get mentally tuned to the fact is I ain't doing anything inappropriate. I ain't doing anything incorrect. I ain't taking any customer for a ride. I am communicating what my conscience is saying, what my mind is saying, what my business expertise is saying. If I do all of that in those premises, then I have no reason to feel marketing means, oh my God, stay 1 mile away from me. You get what I'm trying to say? Right. I'll come to one by one. Sure. Yes, I understand. Yes. I understand that. I understand that. No, I understand that very well. You're not here to promote yourself as a doctor. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do that for you. But surely enough, there's nothing wrong in you communicating about who you are, what do you do, and leave it to the other man to figure out how to reach out to you. In the process, if you're going to tell him where you are, what time you're available, you're only communicating your information that is required for him, the basic information. But if you're not sort of cajoling him into coming to you rather than going elsewhere, I think you've done your job very ethically. You get what I'm saying? So I think the whole thing is a mindset. And that is why, if you notice, sorry. Dipesh? No, not the pointer. It's not moving forward. So. Okay. So I'm sure many of us must have seen this. But having said that, I just thought still it is very pertinent. Thank you. I still thought it's very pertinent for us to put this because, like I just kicked off, and thank you for bringing up that point, I think charity begins at home. So I think the first thing that we got to do is to first of all understand who am I? What am I? Why am I there for what I'm there? And am I doing what I want to do? So the whole question evolves around the I part of it. And you clear the deck on that I part of it to say, am I being relevant? Am I being pertinent? Am I being conscious enough? Am I being sensitive? Am I empathizing with whoever? And am I doing what is expected of me? And I am conscious enough of what I'm doing, and therefore I am going to find a very peaceful night. If I can hit the bed and sleep in the next 5 minutes, I think you have captured the day. So for me, some of the yardstick to measure what I've done and how I've done and how my day is also like if I can fall like a dead duck on the bed. That's a great answer. So I think the growth mindset versus the fixed mindset, and it's not a cliche, but surely enough, when we go and do an introspection, we find that in many places, we still have a fixed mindset. And for that, you got to be very, very hard on yourself when you're doing a self-introspection and doing a SWOT analysis of yourself, if you will. That's another way of doing it. And really asking the question and not taking even a second to get the answer. The moment you start thinking, you want to manipulate the answer. So it has to be a very quick fire kind of a question that you ask yourself and figure out in which side of the box are you in. But yes, if you do this exercise at periodic intervals, maybe once in 6 months, maybe once in a year, or maybe when there's an important event coming up and therefore you want to reinvent yourself, I think this is a very good exercise to do this kind of a self-validation test. And of course, if you have some peers, some colleagues, some friends, some relatives who can give you some nice, good feedback, then I think it further validates what you're saying or what you're doing. But in today's world, where it is really complex, it's really changing and changing very, very fast in many dimensions, in many areas, I think it's extremely important for us to keep an open mind, to keep a curiosity-driven mind, to keep an inquisitive mind, and to keep a very humble mind where we say that we want to continue learning. And every day, there's something or the other for us to learn. So the growth mindset versus the fixed mindset, very important. Do we agree, disagree? Yeah, yeah. Maybe from sir's point of view, I would like a chorus answer, yes, so I know everybody's awake. All right, I'm just making sure that everybody's awake. I'm sorry about it, yeah. Allow me to have a little bit of fun with you guys, yeah. We all have this question, but how many of us have really analyzed this? Why do we lose patience? Yeah. Do we do an introspection on this? Do we do a validation on this? Do we do some kind of an evaluation on this? Do we do a patient loss recovery process? Don't worry, guys. This is very, very straightforward, coming from the heart. I'm sure y'all are more expert than me. I have to struggle to put this across. And pardon me if I put any wrong ones, but it's also experience talking. But surely enough, if we can go back and validate this, why is this slide again so very important? Why is this so very important? Anybody? Ma'am, you want to take the answer? I normally come and learn that. All right. So are you doing that every day? Possibly no. Every week? Possibly yes, possibly no. Every month? No, guys. No. Right. Okay. But monthly analysis, but does that cover patient loss? Or is it monthly analysis of the business? There's a difference. Yeah. Anybody who does this on a daily basis, weekly basis, fortnightly, or anyone who doesn't do at all, not required? So do me a favor. Do me a favor whenever you'll have the time. Do a SWOT analysis of yourself intuitively. Yeah, hear me out. Do a SWOT analysis of yourself intuitively, and then do a SWOT analysis of yours with a pen and a paper. For a start, you're going to struggle to even figure out what to put and what not to put. So there's a world of difference between doing something intuitively or mentally versus doing something on paper, pen and paper. And when you write on pen and paper, you'll probably negate out many of the so-called inadequacies, if not shortcomings and weaknesses, because you don't want them on that paper. You don't want to see them. So I think there are certain exercises we may want to take a pen and a paper and start doing it, and doing it at certain intervals, whatever that you think is appropriate. It's not necessary that you have to do it daily. It's not that you have to do it every weekly or whatever. It's entirely up to you when to do it. But let's understand the relevance or the importance of this exercise. So I'm just looking at if somebody can help me to figure out why is this exercise so very important. So long as I'm getting my mullah in my cash box, so long as the customer, patient is happy, why do I have to worry about who I lost or who I gained? Anybody? Not necessarily. If I'm getting a new customer, even if there's a small leak in the bucket, how does it matter so long as my bucket is up to the brim? You get my point? Yeah. So okay. Improvement in the healthcare. Not so sure, because if you're lost, you're lost. You're not done a exit entry or this thing interview with him. You don't know you're lost him for a start. Sorry? No, I'm talking about the patient loss. I'm talking about the heading itself. I'm not even getting into the parameters. I'm just saying, yeah. Right. Fair enough. Yeah. Either it could be your relocation or it could be the patient's relocation. It could work both ways. It could work both ways. In your case, it's only one time for you. But if 25 people leave a particular building because of redevelopment, and if 15 of them are your patients, you have an issue on hand. So understanding relocation, but I'm looking more at the whole exercise itself. Why is this patient loss so important? Like I said, so long as my That's one possible reason. Yeah, that's a good one. So you never know the pace at which the leak is going to happen. So even though you're not seeing the water, the brim of the bucket, you never know how fast the leak can happen. Yeah, that's a good one. What else? Sustainability of my business. Okay, okay. That's a very, very visionary goal. You're right. I mean, you can't be wrong on sustainability. Anything on sustainability today has to be right. So, yeah. Okay. One of the main reasons is, so I'll now let the cat out of this thing. Yeah. One of the main reasons why we need to focus on this is acquiring a new customer today is far more expensive than retaining a customer. So if I have to understand the mathematics behind this, they normally say it's 1:10. If I spend 1 rupee in losing a customer, I spend 10 rupees in acquiring a customer. Now, that does not mean I don't spend money acquiring a customer, because that's also equally essential for my business. However, losing a customer is far more a bigger loss for me than not acquiring a customer. And like they say, a known devil is better than an unknown angel. For me, an existing customer is far better than trying to get a new customer, because I still have to fight that relationship pyramid with him from being a stranger to knowing him and he knowing me or she knowing me. So I think the patient loss in our marketing terminology, customer loss is a very big crime. And addressing that, a station time saves 9, is extremely critical, because like I said, acquiring a new customer is probably 10 times more expensive. Yeah, and then nurturing, yes. Well, now you got to draw the line. You're right. You're right. Correct. Sure, absolutely. Now that's a business trade call that you have to take. Is it worth? Now there's another very nice concept that's going to come up a little later, but since you brought up the subject, I'll tell you. There's a new concept called customer lifetime value, CLTV. It's a very, very, very important concept today's times, because everybody is doing more or less the same thing what the others are doing. Be it a shampoo from Hindustan Unilever or a shampoo from P&G or a Maggi noodle versus a Knorr noodles or soup or whatever, they're more or less the same. Then how do I differentiate? The way I differentiate is I now start looking at a customer not as my today's customer, but what is he going to be with me over the next 5 years or 10 years? What kind of a relationship am I going to run with him over the next 5 to 10 years? How do I now retain him for the next 5 to 10 years? And therefore, the money that I'm going to be putting on him, which is not the right word, but I'm intentionally using the word, which if I'm going to be putting some money on him, do I treat that as an investment? Do I treat that as an expense? Do I treat it as a cost? Now, if I start looking at this as an investment, and I'm sure you had a class of finance in the money, all right? So, small world. So, if I'm going to treat that as an investment, then I'm going to keep that investment over the next 5 years or 10 years. But if I'm going to put it as a cost or an expense, then I need to knock it out of my P&L, my balance sheet this month itself. So you see the difference? So if I'm now going to spend 10,000 rupees and I'm going to look at him coming over the next 5 years, then I'll hardly spend 2,000 bucks. So it's a game of finance also there. Yeah. So now the concept of customer lifetime value is gaining tremendous importance, because like I said, acquiring new customers is an expensive proposition, but that does not mean you don't acquire. You also need, because you need to grow your overall pie. You need to grow your business. You need to give increments and promotions to your staff. You need to give yourself a holiday. So if you have to do all that, you have to get continuing new customers, but not at the cost of losing old customers. Yes, there's a trade-off in business. There's always a cost-benefit analysis. There's always a trade-off when you'll say, sorry, thank you very much, nice knowing you. If you have to do that hard job, so be it. You can't help it. That's a fact of life. So why shirk it, or why run away from it? Yeah. So patient loss analysis at some intervals, whatever that you want to do, whoever has to do it, might help a lot. Like they say, a stitch in time. Say, what are some of the changing trends? Like I've written there consumerism, because, and I've also written patient trends. Any idea what consumerism and patient trends? Are you all seeing any changing dynamics in the patient trends? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, fair enough. That's right. Okay. Any changes in your patients from 10 years back to 5 years back to now? Very big demanding, isn't it? Yeah, it's gone completely out of the window. They're not ready to wait. That's a very, very important point. Thank you very much. Big one, that is. Yeah, big one. Yeah, yeah. Service industry. I, I mean, I don't want to give you all lead answers, but I'm sure I want you all to tell me that will help you. Correct? Absolutely. They want everything in house. Yeah. They are very techno savvy. Online appointments. So they're tech savvy, they're online appointments. They know exactly what they have and what they want. So they're fully aware of the consequences. They're fully aware, or they're at least partially aware. This is like a quack doctor. Yeah, this is like a quack doctor. They know half knowledge, and they are Google doctors, Google aunties, Google uncles, Google everything. And therefore, like a quack doctor, they are very dangerous because they are half baked. And if they come with the negative side of the half baked, then all the more we have a bigger problem on hand. So you're not starting from a neutral x-axis, you're starting from a negative x-axis, taking it on to neutral first. That's a big tall task. And then from there, you have to take them up. So you can imagine. And have you even assessed the patient or customer as to which axis of the, I mean, which point of the axis is he on? Is he coming with some kind of a pre-monitored, condition and mental this thing? Then you have to really bring him down to neutral level first before you take him to the knowledge level. Yeah. What else? They're doubting Thomases, I would put it as. They doubt anything and everything under the sun. Yeah. Even if you are very honest to your court yourself, they still suspect because they have heard something about somebody somewhere and they want to put two and two together. What else? What else? I'm not sure if they have the same meaning of loyalty as what you and I had 10 years back. We are party to it. We are party to the crime. Don't worry. When we sit on the other side of the fence, we'll do that analysis. For the moment, we are analyzing them. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Yeah. Do unto others what you would like done unto yourself. But yeah, their loyalty is very, very short-lived or very, very sort of doubting Thomas. And notwithstanding, he's got a lot of options. There are too many options available, which is pampering him and spoiling his this thing. So when you have all this is what we call in our marketing jargon, of course, and I'm just helping you all with a little bit of these words, called the VUCA world. The VUCA, VUCA world. It's very volatile. It is very sort of uncertain. It is very complex, and it is very ambiguous. So you can imagine, visualize ambiguous, complex, uncertain, volatile. And you can imagine then where you are left with. You literally have to think on your feet and act because you have nothing on the as a benchmark, as a threshold to go by. You have no trends to go by because trends are changing practically every second day. Yeah. So there are a lot of other things also happening where people are now looking for personalized. Gone are the days of even customized. They want personalized attention. They want personalized medication. They want personalized experience. And the very big one that they're looking for today's patients are, even if they come to a 5-star hotel, they want an experience. If they go into a mall, they want an experience. If they go to a retail store, they want an experience. They come to our clinic, they want an experience. So no matter where you go, they want what they call as an experience. Now that experience is very, very difficult because it is intangible. What is good experience to one can be moderate and bad to somebody else. So there's no A definition to that experience. Now that being the case, you got to really find out some kind of a law of averages scenario which says that this is the best possible experience that I can get, or you can get, or you can expect. So expecting experience is another big one that the customers are today looking for. Notwithstanding, today's customers, today's patients, they want quality first, but price is a very close second. Why am I saying this again? Unlike yesteryears, about 15, 20 years back, They always wanted price first and quality could come second, because they understood that quality can be questioned because I am putting price as my primary reason. So for them, there was an equation of a direct proportional price versus quality. Whereas today the guys are saying, no, 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 I want quality, but I also want price. Like the rural customers today telling us in the consumer product that I want an urban product at a rural price. This is like heads I win and tails you lose. Yeah. Intense competition. Yeah, that's another big one today. There's both offline and online. There are times when you can go online and you can miss your offline customers, or you go too much offline and you miss your online customers. So you literally have to now draw a balance between online and offline, and hybrid is becoming slowly the order of the day. And I have to be equally adapt on both formats, both platforms. The role of insurance. The first question asked is, do you have insurance? I mean, I've come here for a medical attention, and what you're asking me is completely like looking London and going Tokyo. There's no connection between the two, but that's the question. But that's the reality. So for us, the next point that I'm coming up here is identifying the realities, accepting the realities, and then responding to the realities is far better an option for us than trying to just dunk it under the carpet. So biting the bullet, understanding these realities, getting these things completely cognizant at the start itself might be a good exercise for us to do, so that we have a good understanding of who we are and what kind of an ecosystem are we operating in, and therefore how should we realign ourselves. Now let's look at some of the key marketing concepts. Since we spoke about marketing, how do we go about it? I've put there customer versus consumer, and I've purposely left something off there. Any idea what do I mean by customer and consumer, and how do you bring about a parallel in the medical healthcare industry? What could be the replacement substitute words for customer and consumer? Anybody, please? Don't worry about the right and wrong answer. In my class, there's no wrong answer, there's no right answer. It's all a question of perspective. So just go for it. What if you have to replace this in the medical language for a customer and a consumer? Sorry. This is non-medical parlance. So I want the medical parlance. That's right. Very good. So that's half the battle won. And the other half? Because I've got two words there, right? No. So if you say patient, no, what I mean is I have a customer and I have a consumer, presumably two people. So who could what? Find this patient for me. Yeah. Okay, I'll take that on board. No problem. So then who's the consumer there? Sorry? Patient referring a patient. Okay, that's not a bad one. Yeah, that's not a bad one. That's a good answer. Yeah. Okay, so you don't have to be so in depth. Yeah, but I like that. Very good. Yeah, that's a nice one. But for me, the kith and kin is the customer. The patient is the consumer. The kith and kin who come with the patient is the customer, and the patient is the consumer. The reason why I'm saying this is most often than not, especially in our culture, you'll always have somebody tagging along with the patient. The patient is never left alone, because you've got so much of emotion, so much of sentiment, so much of bonding, so much of whatever, everything, that whether you're 65 years old or whether you're 10 years old, you'll always have somebody accompanying you. So the accompaniment person is like the customer for me, and the patient is your consumer. So yeah, the potential consumer or the potential customer. No, the potential customer may be a potential consumer. What if he's blessed by the Lord Almighty never to fall sick? I know of an 85-year-old gentleman, touch wood, no glasses, no diabetes, no blood pressure, no heart attack till date, nothing. But he had 3 brain hemorrhages and he survived. Yeah. So first of all, for us to understand who is the customer and who is the consumer, is he coming to me as a customer or is he coming to me as a consumer? Is again very important. We can't assume that every guy who comes to me is a patient. And we can't assume that every customer who comes to me or every kith and kin who comes to me can become a patient for me. You just have to keep your eyes and sensitivity open and make sure that you analyze the so-called person ahead of you to figure out what you want. And this is where, again, an ethical medical field will say, I'm going to have an open mind. I'm going to get into a chit chat with you and I'm going to figure out what you want. And then I finally give what you want. I'm not going to give you what I want or what I have. Now, that's the slight difference between marketing and ethics and selling concept. So for me, the marketing concept, keep an open mind, welcome him aboard, have a chat with him, give him a glass of water, give him a cup of tea, talk to him the way he's talking to you, listen to him as much as possible, and come to a conclusion. What does he want? Validate what he wants, and then serve him. Not that I have this, and therefore I navigate the conversation to suit my requirement. Now, this is where you may then want to ask a question to your conscience. Did you do the right job? So go back to your point. Yeah. So understanding the consumer, patient, whatever is very important. Marketers offering. I've intentionally written certain jargons in marketing, but bear me with that. Marketers offering. What do you mean by marketers offering? So if I ask you, what is the business of McDonald's? What will you tell me? Burger. Okay. And the business of Taj Hotels or Marriott or Hilton? Anybody? What business are they in? Luxury what? Now you're doing mind mapping on me, yeah? Okay. Sorry. Hospitality. So for Taj and Hilton, you're saying hospitality, and for McDonald's, you're saying burger. Something is a bit misaligned, isn't it? Something is a bit of a misfit. Either that is not hospitality, or this is not burger. So which one should I take? Hanji. Real estate, which one? McDonald's. Hey. Hey. Food. Customer experience. That's a very apolitically right answer. No, I said that's a very apolitically right answer. No. They're offering status. Who, McDonald's or Taj? Okay, Taj is offering status. I like that. Yeah. 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 So you are not wrong. In our country, given our state of our economy, we are a developing or an emerging economy. So for us, in our kind of an economy, a McDonald's even today is like a baby's day out. We are going there for that burger. Make no mistakes about it. Yeah. So for us, in many ways, they're offering a product. Yeah. So we'll park it there for a moment, for a split moment. But when I go into the Taj or the Hilton, I am going for that experience, and therefore that is service. So on one hand, I have a physical construct item in my hand called the burger, for which I'm actually going. On the other hand, I'm going there for an experience. So one is a product, one is a service. Where are you? What are you offering? You're offering service? Sure. I thought you have a surgical table, you have a cataract machine and all those kind of things, fancy machines and all that. Yeah. You're offering both. You can't be a cat on the wall. उसमें मजा नहीं आता है. Sure. Everybody agrees service. Okay. But we might say means you're still a cat on the wall. We are offering. Now that's a better one. Yeah. So there's an affirmation there that I am offering service. Are you sure you're offering service? Or are you offering the best, latest technology machine to do a cataract? नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ. हाँ. हाँ जी. Abhi, that madam is like again and again tossing between product and she's saying machinery with the We got to be very clear. It's either or. Yeah, it's service. Now, why is that again very important? When you say service, most of us will say, I give the best service. My service is before self. I'm a selfless service. Can anybody define the word selfless? Can anybody define the word best? Can anybody explain to me what is excellent? Very, 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 very. And therefore, the first thing you need to understand that I'm in the business of service. I'm in the business of offering experiences. I'm in the business of offering hope and trust. I hope I get my eyesight back. I wish I get my eyesight back. So when you're in the business of such intangible offerings, which is not a product anymore, you got to be very careful that what you're offering is all intangible. They're all very abstract. They're all very sort of visualization. And that visualization is very perception driven. Now I have to bring consistency in my offering. When I say excellent, they should understand that this is what I mean by excellent. When I say very good, this is what I mean by very good. So for you to bring that consistency in those intangibles is extremely important, which is where when we come down to the marketing mix, the 5 or 8 P's, we'll try and connect with this again. Yeah. So that's why understanding your product and service is very important. Behavior versus insights. What is that now? Can somebody give me some examples of patient behavior? Any patient behavior. Ma'am, if you want to try that? You don't want to talk to me? I'm a nice guy. Trust me. Uh, any patient behavior? No? We'll come back. Yeah, please. As short as possible. Other service से हम तो ज्यादा काम करवा के तुमने नहीं किया काम. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Then why come to me? Yeah. You find another person who can put the lens also. True. But what about some behavior? Some actual factual behavior, some scenario, some, can somebody help me with? Okay. What about the anxious behavior? Right. So who? The patient or the kith and kin? Or both? Possibly both. And there are times it can even be only the kith and kin because the patient doesn't even know what's happening with him or her. There's a good possibility of that. True. True. Correct. Correct. Absolutely. Fear psychosis sets in. Yeah. Correct. Sure. Sorry, you were saying something, ma'am. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. So the basic reason why yes, please. Right. कितना होगा? Right. Right. So what should we do? I appreciate what you said just now. No, I appreciate what you said just now. So what do you think we should do? Okay. If you can afford. If you can afford the luxury. Sorry? Okay. Yeah. Let it pass. Yeah. Okay. And that's where you start losing. That's where you start getting the leak, and you propel the leak. You propel the leak because you're fighting the reality. So for us, I'll ask you. I hope you all don't mind my asking questions. Yeah. What is your understanding of behavior? Is it a cause or an effect? Yeah. No, I'm looking at the people who are silent, whether they're on the side of the fence or on the other side of the fence. And more often than not, they'll say like neither. And that's an easy answer, you know. Huh. That's true. Those things happen. What is behavior? Cause or effect? Effect. If I won't say if, it is an effect, and therefore there is no point in we responding to that behavior. The first thing that we as doctors, we as professionals, we as business people must understand is I should not be responding to that behavior because that behavior is an effect. But if I understand the cause to that behavior, if I can figure out why that behavior is happening, the next time around, I can control that behavior, I can regulate and moderate that behavior, I can even negate that behavior and change that behavior. Ideally, it's never easy to change anyone's behavior because that is something like inborn and it is there with you for the last so many years. So changing anybody's behavior is a very, very tall task. And even if it's a tall task, it's a very, very long, arduous task. No mistakes about it. And we use what we call it the nudge theory, keep nudging over a period of time to change that behavior. But the moment I get insight as to why is that patient asking me, has somebody told him if you go to this doctor that 60 to 70% can become 90%? That could be one reason. Has somebody told him, नहीं लोग ऐसे कुछ बोलते हैं 50% में रुक जाते हैं. He's coming well informed. He's not dumb. Now he's already got a premonition of that whole thing that I'm going to be at 50%. Now let me see how much the doctor is true or false. When he says 70%, he's going to catch you in the wrong foot. This is where the trust factor comes in. Correct. With the previous doctor and or some other patient or neighbor saying, "Mera ultra aisa ho gaya, tum uske paas mat jao." So now they are finding another avenue. So like your neighbor said, I think it's very important for us to even spend time with these patients. See, we have to look at our business as an ongoing entity over a long-term basis and not bakra ko kato. Now, if you look at it from a long-term perspective, spend time with each of these people over a period of time, you'll have a complete trend analysis of X number of patients coming to you with Y behaviors, and you know how to respond to those behaviors now because you've done a complete study of what we call as insights. Insights are the unspoken language which are the cause of that behavior. So many times we find people who come very late and then they invariably apologize when they come late. But that apology has got no meaning because every time he comes late and every time he'll say sorry. Now, if I have to change that behavior, there's no point in me penalizing him. There's no point in me trying to plead with him. That's not going to happen. But if I understand the personality of that individual as to why he's coming late, is he a night party animal? Is he a late night sitter? Does he have some habits? If I understand those insights, then next time around, if I work around those insights, automatically I can control or moderate or change behavior. So understanding the difference between behavior and insights, working on the insights and not the behavior is the answer to the question. Clear on that, please? Yeah. Another very important one is what we call, I mean, this is hardcore theory in marketing, called segmentation, targeting, differentiation, and positioning. And this is the fundamental premise of marketing. The universe is a very heterogeneous universe. And I can't serve a heterogeneous universe. I can only serve a homogeneous universe. Imagine this class with a set of doctors, a set of engineers, a set of finance guys, a set of chartered accountants, a set of JJ School of Arts architects. I won't be able to communicate with them the way I'm now communicating with them. So I have a homogeneous group, and therefore it makes it easier for us to have a two-way communication. So similarly here out in the market, you have a heterogeneous. I don't know whether I want to serve only the cataract patients. Do I want to serve the cornea patients? Do I want to serve the pediatric cataract patients? Do I want to have pediatrics? Do I want to have geriatrics? Do I want to have male and female? Or do I want to go in for high volume, low margin? Or do I want to go for high margin, low volume? These are all multiple questions that I can ask. But me trying to have a mixture of everything like Bel Puri is not going to be the answer to my solution. It's just not going to be the solution. So on day one, when I set up my business, I need to figure out who are the possible customers that I may want to serve over the next 5-10 years. Do I really want to take the kids? Do I want to take the geriatrics? Do I want to take the mid-age? Do I want to take a combination of them to keep my business in a balanced boat? Are all calls that I need to take. And that's why doing segmentation and targeting at the very beginning of your business and or as a course correction as we go along, maybe a year or two down the line, you may want to do that. But doing this exercise is very important, because if we try to get our feet into too many places, it's like having your two legs on two different boats. And I don't have to tell you the rest. So doing the segmentation and targeting. Now, you may even ask me the question, what is the difference between segmentation and targeting? So while I might segment my market to say, here is a set of customers who want cataract. This is the bunch who wants cornea, and this is the bunch who wants retina. And these are the bunch also who will have a cataract problem, and therefore they become a bit of a hybrid kind of a customers for me. So who should I keep? I keep all three of them for the moment. But amongst this, given the ecosystem, given the competition, given whatever, given my own expertise, given my infrastructure, given my employees, given my strength of my doctors in my clinic, I need to decide, should I only focus on cataract to start with? Maybe 1 year or 2 years down the line, bring the cornea guys in, and maybe 3 years or 5 years down the line, get the glaucoma and the retina guys in. So over a period of time, I've segmented my market, but when it comes to targeting, I'm doing it year 1, year 3, year 5 in 3 different phases. When I do it in 3 different phases, I'm getting my act right. I'm laying my foundations good and strong, and I'm building on my foundations. I'm also building on my expertise and experience and my knowledge and awareness of the market. Plus my communication with my patients is going to help me to get the referrals and the multiplier effect. So things are really sort of steadied and paced out, rather than like a potpourri where I mess up the whole thing and then I finally end up not doing anything right. So segmentation and targeting is very important. The third one is differentiation. What is so different about me from my next door neighbor? Now, this is a very, very tough call, because how do you arrive at this? How do I differentiate? How do I show that I'm different from somebody else? Is it by having a swanky clinic? Is it by sweet talking patients? I don't know. Is it by having a very so-called colorful, well-uniformed set of employees who do all the meet and greet like what a 5-star hotel does? It's an overall behavior of. So if it's an so if it's an overall behavior, it becomes from the doctor. So that makes it a one-man show. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Easy to find or very difficult? Is it easy to find that? Or, I mean, is it easy to offer that, or is it very difficult to get differentiation? Right. Matter of time it catches up, isn't it? Technology is a matter of time it catches up. Any new field we talk about, the next generation is much smarter than the earlier generation. So again, you have some catch up to do. So the shadow always catches up with you, isn't it? So competition always catches up with you. So maybe that's a bit of a tough one. It might be there momentarily, but it's a matter of time that it will be sort of commoditized. Yeah. Okay. Valuing yourself. Okay. Okay. All of us are in love with ourselves, isn't it? Mostly, I'm saying. Yeah. So how do we do that? That's the point. That's the point. I mean, that's the key word. So do I charge more? Possibly, yes. There's nothing wrong in that. I mean, we're all here to make money. Make no mistakes about it. We're not a charity organization. Then we'll be elsewhere. And we shouldn't be apologetic about it either. I mean, it's a question of live and let live. I mean, whoever comes to me is also in some business, is also making some money somewhere. So we don't have to be apologetic about it. But the point that you said is a very good one. How do I drive that value? How do I deliver that value? How does the customer perceive that value? It's not about you charging high or she charging low. It's a question of the customer, the patient, figuring out, am I paying money equivalent to the value that I'm getting? So am I able to equate that value with my outflow of my cash? If I do, I respect your value. And then you and I have hit a tandem, a parallax. But if I don't, then I have an issue. So what you may want to understand, the first thing about differentiation is, very sadly and paradoxically and ironically, it is not what you call as a differentiator. It is whether the patient sees it as a differentiator. It's not about you being empathetic or sympathetic or trust or friendly or whatever. Does the patient see the trust in you? Does the patient see you empathetic? Does the patient agree with your pricing policy? Does the patient see your warmth and hospitality from the time he enters your hospital? So by the time he comes to the final doctor, he's already passed a journey. And that journey is a very important journey because that's what is going to rest in his mind. So what is very important for me to understand is, can I start the differentiator from the time the patient is even entering the clinic? Is there a scope for me? And then if we can figure out what's happening in the neighborhood, and we also do the behavior insight from the customer, the patients, to understand exactly what they're looking for. It's one thing to say I'm looking for experience, but it's another thing to say that I'm looking for experience in this area, in this area, in this area. For example, you might say, I'm the best of the doctor here, man. I mean, and therefore I charge this price. But if you're going to make that patient wait for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, and every time he comes, he can't even determine whether I'm going to be asked to wait for half an hour or 2 hours. Because over the last 3 times, it has gone from half an hour to 2 hours. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. I just have to wait there. Now, that's not a very good thing to do. And that's what he's looking for as an experience. Whereas we think the moment he comes to us, the kind of empathy I show, the kind of talk that I give with him, the kind of surgery that I do with him, and my hand swiftness and whatever, I mean, I've delivered super. You have. Make no mistakes about it. But that's not what he's looking for. For him, that's a given. That's why he's coming to you. But what he's also expecting is that I don't be treated like with disrespect, where sometimes I wait for half an hour and sometimes for 2 hours. So the essential point in differentiation is it from the patient's perspective, patient's point of view, and not from the marketer's point of view? That's the key point for us. Number one. And number two, like I said to you, when it comes to technology, it's a matter of time. You can do Control C, Control V, which is copy paste. It's a matter of time. And money is not a big issue in these days. So technology coming as a differentiator will be a very short-lived differentiator. However, if I can bring differentiator in the intangible areas, which is very, very exclusive to you and your personality, then for the next door guy to copy paste your personality, very difficult task. And that's where the real differentiator manifests itself over a period of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So when you guys say trust, Just ask yourself a question. How long does it take for you to trust somebody? The moment you have an answer to that question, you can turn the table and say, that's the time he's going to take time to trust me. Even though we say trust is a very great factor and I'm delivering anything and everything to deliver the trust, reality is if you're taking 5 years, 3 years, 4 years, 2 years to trust somebody, measure it on the same parameter to say apple to apple, he's going to take 5 years to trust me. So on a 5-year moving average, you'll have only that many small patients who are really trusting you, even though you think the whole universe is trusting you. So these are some harsh realities that we need to come to terms with when we set up our business ecosystem. Yeah. Positioning, again, a very, very important one. When I say positioning here, how does this patient see me and my clinic? Does he see me as a trustworthy doctor, absolutely affordable and economical? Or does he see me a high flyer, flamboyant kind of a guy, but also got the blessing of the Lord Almighty because I've got a very lucky charm hand. And therefore, at the cost of antagonizing him, intimidating him, he still wants to come to you. So have I positioned himself like I'm God's creation on earth that he can't afford to ignore? Or have I positioned myself where no matter what happens, I put him at peace, I put him at ease, and I do serve him, even though he comes extremely anxious, extremely sort of charged up to say, it's all over for me. With all my poise and calm and experience, I really help him to settle down very quickly. And that keeps drawing him again and again at the cost of even sitting for an hour on an average. So I don't mind spending 1 hour with him, but I know I'm in absolute safe hands. Now that's the kind of position that we talk about. Is this doctor really curing me for what I have, or is he trying to make a mincemeat of me every time I go there? Is he blowing up out of proportions? Because on the last 2 occasions that I've been there, and then I go for a second opinion or a third opinion, I've always had a contrarian opinion. So you see what you're doing in terms of positioning yourself? So it's very important for us to figure out, how do I want to be perceived by my patients, by my community, by my society, by my peers? There are a lot of people who say, I just hate him, but I have to tell you, he's the best. You see what's happening? That's the harsh reality. They can't overcome the fact that you are the best. I love to hate you, but I also hate to love you. As simple as that. So positioning over a period of time is a very, very important one. And you will have to find a way of how to position yourself. I mean, we all go to a DHL, we go to an India Post. Why? Because that India Post has put in your mind that doesn't matter if I'm a government organization, my speed post will touch the destination in 72 hours. And it does, at a very nominal price. So for me, price and delivery both are assured. So for me, when it comes to courier, it's either a DHL or an India Post. Straight heading. If I want a quick snack, Maggie 2 minutes. If I want a good solid padlock, Navtal, Godrej. If I want a steel cupboard, Godrej. If I want a suiting, Raymond's. Now these are brands who have positioned themselves so very strongly, entrenched in the minds of the consumer, that they deliver what we call as a brand promise. So each of us should have some kind of a brand essence and a brand promise. Be it cataract, be it cornea, be it glaucoma, it doesn't matter what it is. But this doctor, he'll only speak the truth and he'll only do what is required when required. I mean, again, ethics comes into the picture here. Yeah. Branding, we'll do quite a bit of that, so I'm going to skip that for the moment. Marketing mix. Much as we have our strategy, at the end of the day, we have to take the strategy out to the patients, to the customers, to the society. So when you have a product like a shampoo or this bottle, they are a physical construct. I can touch it, I can feel it, I can see it, I can do everything with this. So it's pretty much easy for me to take this to the market, what we call it the go-to-market strategy. But if I'm talking about excellence, if I'm talking about experience, if I'm talking about reassurance in the insurance product, it's all about reassurance. LIC is all about reassurance that your kitchen will be running in the eventuality of a catastrophe or whatever. Now, these are very abstract. So when they are abstract, there are three additional P's that are there. One is people, one is processes, and one is physical evidence. So when it is people, people like you and me, really trustworthy, and they know that this doctor, this gentleman, I know him, I know his grandfather, and I know his father, and therefore I am assured. And that can never be replaced. It's extremely difficult to copy paste an individual, yeah, unlike technology. The second one is process. Should I have a process that suits me as a doctor and my clinic, or should I have a process that is customer friendly? Big question to ask, and a genuine question to ask, and not an easy question to answer, because more often than not you say, I'm limited by my constraints, I'm limited by my resources, I'm limited by my space, I'm limited by so many things, and therefore this is what I can do. But today's customers are saying, I don't care what you can do, I want you to do what I want you to do. So this is what we call as a customer-centric process. So today, if you're now traveling, in the good old days, if you have to travel by Indian Airlines or Air India, you have to go to the airport a couple of hours ahead, stand in a long queue, buy the ticket, then stand in a long queue for security, then stand in a queue for immigration, and then board the aircraft. Not much of a difference between taking an aircraft and taking a Rajdhani to Delhi. But in today's times, sitting at home, you can do anything and everything, and you just go to the airport half an hour to 1 hour ahead. Now, these are customer-centric processes, but they spend a lot of money in setting up their systems, setting up their processes, setting up their algorithms, and making sure that they give you that kind of an experience. So what you will understand is, in an emerging economy, in a developed economy, you are somewhere forced to do customer-centric processes rather than product-centric or marketeer-centric processes. So you had a question? I thought you had one. Okay, so let me help you on that. So one is you can buy the ticket online. You can get your boarding pass online. You can get your seating online. You can get your meals online. Yeah, the security, unfortunately, world over. And I can tell you one thing, very genuine. Yeah, I'm an avid traveler. I've traveled the world over, both in my profession as well as even now. Some of the international airports are horrendous, to say the least. We are far, far, far better. I'm not taking names of countries because I'm very unbiased that way, and I don't like to take, neither do I take brand names nor country names, but I can tell you one thing for sure, be it the Europe, be it the Africas, be it the Americas, some of the international airports are horrendous. They don't even have manpower. They don't even have the space. It's an absolute struggle there. Yeah. To the extent an international airline had to delay their departure by 2 hours. Imagine an international airline of high repute delaying their departure by 2 hours, not because of ATC like in our country, but because of the inadequacy of the airport ground personnel. Make no mistakes about it. Yeah. So yeah, so you always have some challenges, ma'am. Yeah. And if you see the railway system in our country versus the railway system in Switzerland, people say there's no comparison. But look at their population, look at the square mile that they cover, and look at our square mile that we cover, and look at our population, and look at the number of employees in the railways for us. Yeah, we almost employ a full country's population 3 times over, 4 times over in the railways. Customer centrism and CLTV. This is the one I was talking about. Everything today is around the customer. It starts with the customer, it ends with the customer. So if we are setting up our business, it starts with the patient, it starts with the kith and kin, and it ends with them. Whether we like it or not, that's the harsh reality, because we are moving from an underdeveloped economy to a developing economy, to a emerging economy, to a developed economy. As you go along this path, you'll find that competition is increasing. And when competition increases, you have to do what the ecosystem is asking for, the customers are asking for, and what customers are willing to, or competition is willing to give. Because if you don't give, somebody else is going to give. So now you have to decide, do I want to be the leader? Do I want to be the challenger? Or do I want to be a follower? There is a merit in each one of them. It all depends upon your personality trait and your objectives and your goals of who you want to be. So understanding the above in the context of the paradigm shift is what is the key word. So what we may have done 20 years back in each of these areas, they've gone through a huge paradigm shift today because of the VUCA world and whatever. Are we going good so far? Any questions? So this is another very nice one to understand when we differentiate between a product and a branding. So while we say a product is what comes out of the manufacturing plant or the factory, what goes in the market or what goes in the mind of the consumer is the brand. And that's why brand plays a very, very critical role in anything and everything. We all have a name. At the end of the day, we'd like to be called by a name, and that itself is a brand. And we do, as a brand, as an individual, as a personality, stand for certain values, certain principles, certain philosophies, certain belief systems, certain cultures. So much as we stand for something, our brands also have to be built around certain somethings. And that's what then sends out a long-lasting image in the mind of the consumer, which then over a period of 10, 20, 15 years culminates into what we call as trust. So trust is not something that is bought overnight. It is built over a period of decade plus. Some theory part, not very important. Why branding? This is a very important one. It's the way your customer perceives you. That's what is very, very important. Again, it's not about me and my brand. It's about, does the guy see me in that light? Does he see me in the same vein? That's the important question to ask. It builds trust. Yes, over a period of time. Rome was not built in a day. So you got to give it the time to build your trust. Instills a sense of pride in your employees, of course, that I'm working for XYZ. Yeah. And creates loyal customers. Again, it's an effect over a period of time, but you have to give it the time. Sorry? Okay. Generates referrals, sets you apart from competition. Pretty much straightforward, but we need to be very sensitive to this whole thing and then figure out how does our branding deliver each of these. If we can put a check mark by saying, yes, my branding has delivered this and my branding has not delivered this, then you know what is the inadequacy in your branding, and you can then start strategizing around that. This is a bit of a key element. That's okay. I don't want to spend too much time. This is a very important one. Do we understand stakeholder map? Stakeholder map, anybody? Who would be our stakeholders? I'm sure that answer. Yeah. Sorry, patient. Okay. Sure. All right, your employees. Okay. Sure. Sorry. Investors. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Suppliers. Okay. Good on you. Yeah. Government authorities. Okay. Very good. Even if each one of you give me three answers, it is still falling short. So I'm politely telling you all the depth of the answer. Yeah, even if you'll have to recount 3 each, you'll still be falling short. Sorry? Yeah, she said, yeah. Employer and employees, yeah. Very good. Why not? Absolutely. In fact, they're the first one. Yeah, when you set out of home, you want to go happy. Yeah. That's a very nice, gentle answer, sir. That all covers the universe. But we need every component of that universe. This is a very, very important exercise. Should I give you all 5 minutes to do this exercise individually? So that you said supplies, no ma'am. Now you're expanding your English. Okay, good one. पेशेंट को बोल गया आपने, पेशेंट का एम्प्लॉय फैमिली को ले लिया, पेशेंट को बोला नहीं, पेशेंट बोला आपने, सही बोला या सही बोला, बराबर बोला, पहले ही बोला या family members of the staff. Trust me, no matter who you say and what you say, it will be right. So I'm giving another clue. Keeping the no. I'll give you a clue. A stakeholder has to have flesh and blood. It can't be innate. I'm giving you a clue. Normally, we don't provide answers. We only provide questions. This is a very, very important exercise, and each one of you all, in my humble way, would say, please do it. Because this is where you'll find there's a huge gap between you and society. Because it's not that you don't know, it's just that it is in a very subliminal level or in a very subconscious level. And whenever it comes to a latent potential level, then you might connect with them. Otherwise, you just tend to ignore them, and over a period of time, you'll realize that you're literally lost a lot of advantage. So, yeah. Right. Right. So we'll remove that word everyone and keep including each one. Yeah. That guy can play a very important role, isn't it? In whichever way. Either in keep ensuring a very good maintenance of your clinic, and or being a patient for yourself, or being a referral for yourself. You see what's happening now? The so-called menial electrician can play a crucial role for you in multiple roles. So you can't afford to, even by mistake, make a mistake of ignoring them. The more I keep quiet, the more the list will expand. Trust me. Trust me. This is that important an exercise. We get our kids to do this exercise for all their projects, and it's not an overstatement, but we get them to do something like about, at the very minimum, 100 to 150 members in the stakeholder community. At the very minimum. By that time, we are tired and we give up, not for any other reason, because paucity of time, we have to move on with our academics. So we say, if you got a gist of it, now move on. But what's very important to understand is there are 3 levels of stakeholders. One is your primary stakeholders, one is your secondary stakeholders, and the third one is your tertiary stakeholders. Obviously, by the very fact that I give you the 3 hierarchies, your patient, your kith and kin, your employees, your family members will all come in the primary, because they are very, very critical. That's why I call it. I put them in 3 buckets: critical, essential, and desirable. So if I put these guys in my primary, the secondary guys are the ones who are supporting these guys, plus my suppliers, vendors, and whatever. And the tertiary guys are the ones who are supplying. So I have my direct and indirect, both. Yeah. So when I look at this entire community, it will easily cross 200, 300. Now, we need not go to that 200, 300, but at the same time, you can't ignore the first 50. So even if I take the Pareto's law of 80-20, 20% of my stakeholders deliver 80% of my business value. Now that 20% itself is a big number to be identified on pen and paper in front of you, and you put a tick mark to say, am I serving this person or is he serving me? So it's very easy to say, for example, if I want to ask you, how do you mobilize resources for your business? What will you tell me? Anybody? Yeah, resources, financial resources, to be more precise. Banks. Banks, relatives, friends, right? Stock market. Okay. मेरे को डर लगता है सर स्टॉक मार्केट. Okay. पैसा लेने के लिए गया कि पैसा गवा दिया मालूम नहीं मुझे देख के. I don't know whether I went there to get the money and I lost the money in the bargain. But anyway, what else? Who else? Patients giving you money. They have to be very, very magnanimous and very, very. Oh, by paying you? No, that's your business remuneration or your compensation. I'm saying resources for your funding of your business. Angel investors. Okay. Are you still losing a big community? Are you missing out on a big community? Now you know why I said that everyone and all doesn't work, because in this process, have I missed out a very big community which can also be a source of funding for me? वो तो है ही, घर की मुर्गी, वो तो है. Sorry? Donors, okay. Friends, okay. Okay. Sorry? I won't blame you all because that's not your profession. Your profession is a doctor, so why would you worry about somebody else? There is this community called as non-banking financial companies. Thank you. I didn't want to say that, but thank you very much. There's this community called the NBFC, the non-banking financial company, like your Bajaj Finserv, your Mahindra Finance. They are a very, very big community. And why do we go to them? Because probably they can process your requirement much faster than the banks on much lower terms of collateral or whatever, as an example. Now, why am I bringing this to the fore? Therefore, the reason for you to break down your stakeholder community by community, because you then have in front of you a blueprint which is absolutely exhaustive, and you know exactly what you have on hand and where you can go, and you never know who can be of utility to you when. So it's very, very important for us to do this stakeholder community. We normally tell them to do it on the basis of primary, secondary, and tertiary. The other way of doing it is to the so-called actors at the global level, then at the country level, then at the state level. So like for me, the central government is a stakeholder. The state government is also a stakeholder. Another very important community that you are missed out for the moment, don't worry about it, but it's a short exercise, is your regulatory body. You can't afford to ignore them. You can forget yourself, but you can't forget your regulatory body. They are a very, very key important element for you. Your local municipality, your local cop station, your local security guard, and I can go on and on and on. So it's very important for us to do a stakeholder community. They can also be your patients. So one whom you see as your supplier and vendor can well become your customer, provided you have recognized him and provided you have served him well. So as a supplier vendor, if you serve him well, if you respect him well, by default, he'll become your patient. You don't have to go looking for him as your patient. You see what I mean to say? And he might expect something in return, like you rightly said, but no harm in that. It's a quid pro. You take mine and I take yours. So that's how you build your pie. Yeah. So I just put up a map here. It's inconsequential. Don't worry about it. It's too small a thing. But the essence of the whole exercise, actually, I wanted you all to do was to try and see how to get this stakeholder community done. Another very important one, this is for another company. This is again a theoretical part. I'll just try and skip that. This is another important one. Have we ever done for our respective clinic where we operate or where we do our business, have we done a user journey map? Yeah, if not, sorry? No, 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 no. This is user journey map I'm talking about. That is a navigation map to reach out to you. So here I'm talking about user journey map. And have you done a user journey map for yourself? If tomorrow you're buying a car, for example, if you're trying to buy a car, you're trying to buy a house, how do you as a user, what is the journey that you traverse from the point that you realize that you want to buy a house or a car to buying the car or the house? No, not well known. Here I'm talking about the reality, like what we call, we're talking about the reality called the moments of truth. The moments of truth are the moments where I really find out the truth in the whole thing, that even though you say, may I serve you, you're not there to serve me. I walk into your clinic, there's nobody to see me, the receptionist has gone to the washroom or she's gone talking to somebody on the mobile or something, and I'm just waiting there. That's the moment of truth. Though I've kept my receptionist there to receive my patient, give them a meet and greet, make them feel comfortable, and then immediately put them on to a counselor or whoever. If the person is not there and I'm waiting, that is good enough for me to get some perception of your brand. And that's going to be a lasting image etched in my mind till you really make an effort to change that. And even though you might change it, I might still say, but you're right. But on day one, when I came, this is what happened. So doing a user journey map is an extremely important exercise, because this is where the heartbeat of your customer centrism comes. That you know exactly where the shoe pinches for the customer when he or she walks into your clinic. From the time he or she knocks the door to come in, to being served, To going back, the journey doesn't stop there. After going back, am I doing a follow-up track with the patient? Till such time he or she very by default fades away into now being completely looked after and doesn't require any more assistance, any more counseling, any more consultation, any more conversation. So doing this user journey map will give you a lot of insights on the gaps that are existing between what you say is the service that I'm giving vis-a-vis the service the customer perceives or the patient perceives. How do we do that? Good question. Good question. No, no. Sorry? Right, right, right. True. Right, right, right. Sure, sure. So for me, that's half the battle won. To be very honest with you, that's half the battle won, because in life, when it comes to customers like you and me with flesh and blood, qualitative qualitative ecosystem is as critical and important as quantitative ecosystem. So while you are measuring the time motion study and telling me, I know for a fact you walk into the hospital for a cataract problem or for XYZ problem, this is the maximum time that you will spend with us. That's a very good answer. But having said that, you're not checked how much of frustration level that I've gone through in that same time period. You get what I'm trying to say? And that frustration that I've gone through is far more critical than that time, because you can't measure my frustration. I can measure your time, but the time is inconsequential. I would have rather spend another half an hour with you, but don't let me go through this frustration. You see what I'm trying to say? Or I would rather spend half an hour less, but I don't want this frustration. Or I would rather spend 50 rupees more, 100 rupees more, 500 rupees more, 5,000 rupees more, but avoid the frustration next door than come to you. So the importance of this user journey is, apart from mapping time, also to go through what the customer is going through internally from the time he realizes he's got a problem, from the time he goes onto your website, talking about your digital marketing, we'll speak very soon about it. When I go to your website, if I'm going to take 10 minutes, 15 minutes to log into your portal, there itself I have a problem. Now, you might say it's a server problem, you might say it's an internet problem, you might say whatever problem. The fact of the matter is, I've had a frustrating entry into your website. And then, of course, there are a whole lot of things like the map citing of the site of your map, how I navigate into your thing, how convenient, how friendly it is, how user friendly it is, those kind of things. But the user journey map, to answer your question of how it's done, is, I'm coming to that, sir. Yeah. But the user journey map that you're talking about, put yourself in the customer's shoes and do a map for yourself as to what is the frustration that you go through when you go to one of the telecom companies saying that my network is not working. Yeah. Now, why am I saying that? I've got nothing against the telecom industry, guys, but my policy is, if you're ready for the worst, you're ready for the best. So if I can go through a typical patient's frustrating moments from the time he enters to the time he leaves, and if I can map that, and if I can understand what those insights are by asking the patient, what did you actually go through? Did you really like waiting for 15 minutes? Do you want a shorter time? Are you willing to give a greater time? What do you think I could have done better? How do you think I could have done this better? Do you think any of my employees, we never ask the so-called wrong questions or bad questions. We'll never ask them, can I do this better? We'll only ask, how well have I done? So you assume that I've done it well. Now that assumption itself is a wrong thing to do. So phrasing your questions, framing your questions for your feedback is also a very important thing. While we ask the question, what can I do? Or what will make you come to me? We never ask the question, what will make you not come to me? And asking the question, what will make you not come to me, getting an answer for that is far more revealing and far more insightful than why will you come to me? The fact is that you're doing everything to make him come to me. So what's the big deal about it? You don't need a Solomon to say that. But what is important is why will you not come to me? So getting those kind of answers by mapping your user journey map at every stage, every step, every console of his movement, with every sort of department and whatever, mapping it with time and motion, excellent. So then you have your qualitative, you have your quantitative, and then you have a perfect. So then over a period of time, you can tweak your thing. Now you will tell me that what do I do? Because once I put the dilator, he has to wait for 15 minutes. So be it. Now this is where, if you can manage the expectations by telling the patient, I am going to put a dilator, it is imperative that I do this exercise with you. You are going to be waiting there for 15 minutes. On the dot of 15 to 20 minutes outside, I will catch up with you. Now, what you have done is to manage that expectation. So there are no surprises. You are communicating with him. You are letting him know what to expect from you, and you are delivering that expectation. Yeah, absolutely. So here is where the other question comes. Would it be all right to overpromise and underdeliver, or underpromise and overdeliver? Yeah, I can see her very quiet. It will be because they said that. No, you agree? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Now you'll say I'm a cataract surgeon and therefore I always underpromise and overdeliver. Anybody who disagrees with that statement? You disagree? Okay. Okay. Okay, you want devalue. Will you overvalue? Oh, you want overvalue also. You want devalue and you want overvalue. Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm very ignorant, so I don't know. Okay. Okay. Ma'am? Okay. But a lot of people said under promise, sir. No, no, a lot of people here said under promise and over deliver. So I'm confused now. Okay. Okay. But this not too much, not too much is a little dicey. How much is too much and how much is too little? Yeah. Yes, sir. That's one side of it. What about the under promise? They all said under promise. Oh, you mean they didn't? So this is only with relating to your surgery, right? What happens to your counselors? What happens to your other staff who are also managing that customer, where you have no control over them because you're not at the site of the delivery of that particular employee? Have we checked whether are they over promising and under delivering, or under promising and over delivering? When I'm coming to this user journey map, I'm looking at every single moment, every single point of interaction and interjection. And while I agree with you all, and there's no doubt about it, I'm not surprised with your answer of surmising what they have said. While ideally, if you ask me, you should say what you mean and mean what you say. If you don't do that, you will be living a dual personality. So if you mean that I need to manage expectations, then the answer to my question should have been, I will do neither, but I will manage expectations. Now, when you say that, your forefront giving that response to that customer to say, I am going to put a dilator and therefore you are going to stay put for 15 minutes before I meet up with you again. Now that is managing expectations, and that's what we need to do. But the question that I'm asking for a user journey map is, are the rest of my team members in my clinic doing exactly what I intend to do or I wish to do? And that's where you'll find hard realities. And that is where you'll find the insights. And that's where you'll find the delivery gaps, as we call it. Now, once you have those delivery gaps, once you have those insights, you go back to your blueprint and redefine the processes system. I'm sure all of us have enough and more manuals of SOPs. But how many of us really go through that SOP like a pilot does when he's guiding an aircraft? I'm sure we must have seen the pilot in the cockpit. Any small issue that comes up, the first instruction for him is to pick up the SOP and run through it one more time. And that's the real purpose of an SOP. So going through an SOP and making sure that we manage these expectations is very important. Therefore, see, these are the exercises which will really give you the gap that we're talking about, which can then again redefine your strategy processes. Yeah. I'll skip this. This is another very important one. This is an acronym, and this acronym is all about what we call as is in it for me. Yeah, this is a very, very important question to ask. And the question can be asked by you, it can be asked by the patient. Like, why should I come to you? Simple words. And the question is, why should I engage with you? Why should I give you the 10,000 rupee discount? Why should I do it on the house? Why should I allow you or not allow you? Now, more often than not, we have a qualitative answer for this. Oh, because I'm the best doctor, because I have the best infrastructure or the best technology. But it's very, very relative and very, very subjective. And therefore, you have a film statement that really quantifies some of your output. The patient or whoever is able to relate with the qualitative part of what you're saying. Testimonials is the one to validate, but the important thing is, if you can say that if you come to me for a surgery and I make sure that I go through everything and then give you a response, and then if I'm going to do a surgery, I can assure you that you should be up and running within the next 2 days or 3 days, and you should be all right over the next 2 years or 3 years before I take a relook at you. You see what I'm saying? I'm defining my qualitative statement with some quantitative measures for him to evaluate, for him to compare and contrast, and then say, all right, this makes sense to me. So a WIFM statement from both parties, from both sides, both qualitative and quantitative, is extremely important. Yeah, that's where I'm able to relate better. And these are some of the steps through which you can build what you all were saying about trust, about confidence, about relationship, about making the first move. Doesn't matter who makes the first move, but at least I know when I deliver each of these over a period of time, I'm building on those trust blocks. So we call this as an elevator pitch. An elevator pitch, I'm sure Piyush Bansal rings a bell if I mention that name. Yeah, Lenskart. So have you all seen him on Shark Tank? All right. Those of you who have seen it, I don't have to say anything more. Or even if you have seen Shark Tank, I'm sure you'll understand what an elevator pitch is. But this is another very, very important tool that we may want to have to make sure that we communicate most effectively at the least time possible. So it's a contrarian thing of effectively communicating at the least time possible and summarize the whole thing in such a way that the person understands exactly who you are and what you're asking for. So over a period of time, it's not something which will come out so easily, but through an iteration process, if you keep sort of iterating it, and if you keep refining it and improvising it, you will find this as a very, very important tool for you to position yourself. Because you never know who you might come across. You'll never know how much of time you have with that person. But if I can leverage on every opportunity, why not? That's okay. Now comes another very important one about branding. How do I brand myself? Because at the end of the day, we are the brand ambassadors, we are the brand advocates, we are the brand mascots, and we are the people who are going to deliver. So the first thing, the reason why the patient comes to me is because it's me. But how do I build that so-called me? How do I build that so-called I? That's an important question. I mean, I know by default, by design, call it whatever you want. We put a name to our hospital and we say, or put a logo to our hospital. But is there a science behind it? Is there a story behind it? Is there a story that can be lasting? A story that can be relatable? A story that is palatable? A story that is reliable? A story that is really interesting is something that we may want to check. And this is where, over a period of time, you then sort of start building on that brand. So the building exercise of the brand is another very, very tough task and a very arduous journey. And for that, you got to get your act right in various areas. It's not just about your name. It's not just about your logo. It's not just about your color scheme. It even includes your infrastructure of your clinic. It includes the color scheme. It includes the lighting. It includes the faucets. It includes the employees. It includes the layout. It includes how safe the journey is from the time you come in to the time you go out. It includes even the elevator. The quality of the elevator that is picking up the patients from the ground floor to the fifth floor or whatever and bringing them back. It includes the liftman. And every single stakeholder in this entire journey is contributing to your brand, one way or the other. Your visiting card, your letterheads, your sitting postures of your employees and yourselves, your upholstery, you name it, they all contribute, and many of these are silent contributors. You won't know the positive side of it, but over a period of time, you'll see the negative side of it. And that's the sad and the ironical part of it. So what we do take for granted, or what we do leave sometimes in the hands of the interior decorator, to say, I'm sure you're better than me, you know this much better than me, so I leave it to you. Oh no, I can't leave it to him. Because at the end of the day, it is you and your brand. And then you can't say, I'm sorry, but I didn't know this, but my architect did this. A confession there doesn't really help the cause. Yeah. So look at, are you a brand by yourself? Do you want to create a brand around you for a start, and then start building the brand building blocks around you in your clinic? Life journey experiences. There has to be some story around you to make you who you are and what you are. Your outlook and actions, the very way you conduct yourself with your patients, with your employees, with the patients in front of your employees, with the employees in front of your patients, also sends out huge messages. And how many times are we sensitive to that? In the midst of any kind of an eventuality or any kind of a situation happening, are we still poised and controlled? Are we still cognizant and sensitive to the situation and still behaving the way we should? Or are we just flying off the handle? Impacts your brand, yeah? How others perceive you, your voice modulation, your language, your sitting posture, your talking posture, your approach, your sign off, your humility, and of course, leads to finally what we call as a brand you. What would be a good start exercise for this, if at all we want to do this? Anybody? What would be a good start point? That's the easiest way out, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Self introspection. That's a good one. Yeah. How do you go about it? Okay. Right. 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 Sure. Talking to your staff, you don't need surprises what they're going to say, who you are, isn't it? On a lighter note, of course, you really know what they're going to say, that you're kadus, you're this, you're that, you have no consideration, you don't understand empathy, you don't understand sympathy. You only understand one telepathy, that is you. If all your staff are happy, there's something wrong with you. Make no mistakes about it, because nobody can keep everybody happy. So that's the first sign of something going wrong somewhere. Though we all want to be popular and populous with everybody, harsh reality says you can't. A very nice exercise to do is a SWOT analysis. Yeah. And trust me, your strengths will be a laundry list and your weaknesses will not be there at all. And that is where the problem starts. Yeah. And also understand, for example, if you have attrition in your hospital, like some people leaving, who do you blame? वो तो आप बोल रहे हैं कहाँ आ रहा है, मैं तो पूछ रहा अगर आ गया तो किसको ब्लेम करना चाहिए? But for the two of you all, everybody else is quiet, sir. So I don't know what to make out of it. Hanji? Hanji? ये देखो, her heart is speaking now. Yeah, what about you all? I mean, like anybody. If 10 of my counselors quit, 3 of my counselors quit, what do you do next? Sorry? Okay. But this is happening in solos. Like here. There's a community here, but it's only happening in solos. That means others are thinking, why should I be blamed? I should actually call up my computer and say, तूने बच्चे को छीन लिया तूने. Yeah. Right. Okay. It's a teamwork. So when it's a teamwork, if Rohit Sharma loses a match, he blames everybody. But you're saying, no, Akhir mein he'll blame Dravid also because the coach is not as good. No, I understand what you said. Instead of taking all 12 people, he might take 5 people. One of the reporter. This is like standing kaidi kada kar diya, abhi ko batao kaun kaidi hai, and nobody will answer it. There's only one answer, and there's only one person, and you know who it is. Make no mistakes about it. This is the first thing about your self-introspection. This is the first thing about your SWOT. The onus and responsibility is yours. Make no mistakes about it. And that is the first lesson of a true leader. That's the first lesson of a true leader. No matter what goes wrong in your organization, irrespective of how direct or indirect you have control on that, you are to be blamed. That's it. It starts with you and it ends with you, and there's no comma there. It's a stop. Unless you do that, you will not recognize that it is my fault. You'll always keep blaming somebody else. That's human nature, nothing else. And if you have to put an end to it, you have to take ownership. By saying a team, you're only condescending. And trust me, even before you say the team, the other person will say, "No, no, madam, ये मेरा fault नहीं है. आपने वो दिन बोला था. आपने ऐसा बोला था." You know, they'll come back with their own defense mechanisms. Yeah. So the very important thing here is to understand that responsibility, I mean, again, a management lesson this is, responsibility can never, ever be delegated. Authority has to be delegated. Make no mistakes again about that. You don't have a choice. If you give responsibility to somebody, you have to delegate authority. But you can't delegate responsibility. Responsibility starts with you and ends with you. That's the only way you can bring about corrective measures to your actions. Yeah. This is just a little thing exercise as to around what you can build your brand. There are various areas. I mean, you can figure out which one you are adequate, which one you are inadequate, and then start working on this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, strength, opportunities, and threat. So when I say strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat, an easy way to do that exercise, as a tip, I can say, because we spoke about attrition. Many people can say these people left because competition is paying more. You see, that's the normal answer we get. Your inability to pay more is the reason why he left. It's not because the other person is willing to pay more. It's the other way around. So what you may want to understand is in SWOT, strength and weakness is internal. Opportunities and threat is external. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, yeah, of course. And they have to do it every year. I mean, that's the job of a chief strategist officer. It becomes a bit too much, but the strategist officer will only make those changes. Yeah, you're right. It can happen quarterly once you've done that exercise. To do that exercise the first time is a big challenge because no finance guy will say, I don't have money, and that's my weakness. And no marketing guy will say, give it to me at a high price, give it to me at a low price with discount. But you will not accept that as his weakness. So getting somebody to admit weakness is a big this thing, and that's where the problem starts. So my answer to my students is when you stand in front of the mirror, what do you see? You don't need a Solomon. You see yourself. You don't see an Amitabh Bachchan there. So when you see yourself, be honest to yourself. Don't be condescending. Don't be kind to you. Call a spade, as they say. So for example, if my shortcoming is Excel on computer, so be it. If my shortcoming is I am emotional, so be it. Call yourself emotional. Then whether you want to work on it is your personal decision. You may want to work on it. You may have a good enough justification to say why I want to be emotional or why I am emotional, and so be it. But at least you're cognizant of it. The bigger problem comes up when we don't know that we don't know that we don't know. That's the very important one. Correct. Good question to ask me. Good question to ask me. Much as your strength and weakness is internal and in your control, opportunities and threats are not in your control. So if something happens external, which is not in your control, that automatically qualifies as an opportunity or a threat. For example, the COVID coming and the consequences of the lockdown is a threat because that's not in your control. That the COVID has come and that people are now more hygiene conscious, wellness conscious is an opportunity because that's again not in your control. It's a market trend. So what you will identify is whatever is in my control will be strength and weakness. Whatever is not in my control will be an opportunity or threat. Whatever is internal will be my strength and weakness, and whatever is external will be my opportunity and threat. And last but not the least, saying brand image is my strength is fooling yourself. Not because it is not a strength, it is a strength. Your brand image is your strength. But what I have not understood is that the brand image is not created by you. It was created by your predecessor who did A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And you are now basking in his laurels. And that can very soon become your weakness because you have not done nothing on it. On the contrary, you might be even eroding it. But if you understand the cause of that brand image becoming a high repute, then if you work on those lines, your brand image will continue to be a strength. So going for the cause of some of these parameters rather than the effect is a better way to approach it. Like saying, my employee skill sets is my strength. Sure, they are your strength, but that's an effect. It has been nurtured over the last 10, 15, 20 years with some training program, some induction, some hand-holding, some mentoring and all that. Are you still doing that? It's a big question. If you're doing that, that will continue to remain your strength. If not, that can very soon become your weakness. And last but not the least, your very strength can become your weakness. There are many times when your strength can become your weakness. So you got to ensure that that balance remains where it does not cross the threshold where it becomes a weakness for you and no longer it's a strength. So you may want to be conscious about that. How do I bring about the distinctiveness in me? How do I differentiate myself from somebody else? Sure, up to what time are we supposed to go? 4:30. Okay. Who is the one chosen, selected? Am I the one who has been selected from among this community? That's the first thing I want. That's how I distinct myself, like separating the men from the boys, as we say, or separating the ladies from the girls from the ladies. That's because I am matured, I am far more balanced. So there's something about me that makes me differentiate from the rest of the crowd. That's the first thing, yeah. Then why the chosen one? What about me? Why have they chosen me? There has to be something very unique about me. Identify that uniqueness, yeah. What are the chosen one? So what about me? What am I going to deliver? What am I expected to deliver? That can again be a distinctiveness. And finally, what is that uniqueness? You can't say that I'm a fantastic cataract surgeon plus cornea plus retina plus glaucoma plus everything on the earth. Then you may as well be the Lord Almighty on the earth. But if I can say that this is my area, and in this area I go unquestioned, unparalleled, without any disclaimers, over a period of time you need to demonstrate that. You can't just claim that, you'll have to demonstrate that. So you may want to find out one particular area of your strength. Like for example, there might be a doctor who says, come at 3 o'clock for your appointment with me. On the dot of 3 o'clock, he takes me in. That can be a uniqueness. That does not mean he underperforms in his surgery or in his diagnosis or whatever. Those are the given things that is like granted for me. But having said all that, the man still respects my time. He still respects me as an individual. And when he says 3 o'clock, he means 3 o'clock. That's it. When you say I am who I am and I deliver what I am, you got to deliver. And that's what we call as a brand promise, whatever that be it. There's a brand promise and there's a brand essence. The brand essence is your core offering as a surgeon, as a doctor, whatever. Your brand promise can be a few other parameters along with that, which then makes it like a package. So delivering that can be a unique. But now you can't say that I'm unique in anything and everything. Then that makes you a commodity. So it's important for us to identify those key specific areas of that uniqueness, which is why you'll be known. So what about you? How do I describe myself when I'm building my brand? What are my aspirations? I want to be known for this. This is who I am. This is what I want to achieve over the next 5, 10, 15 years. This is my aspiration. Set that goal and work towards that goal. And like I said, Rome was not built in a day. It'll take some time. But so long as you're on the correct path, you have nothing to worry about. By default, you'll get there. What am I passionate about? Am I passionate about giving the best experience to my patients? Am I passionate about really empathizing with the patient and getting into their shoes? Am I passionate about developing myself and being abreast with all the developments? It's a question that we need to ask. What are my special strengths? Is it man management? Is it technology? Is it finance? Is it my visionary? Am I very conceptual? Can I visualize what's going to happen 5 years from now and 10 years from now? Can I visualize by attending to this patient today what could be the ramification or implication or development 3 years from now? So how do I create that space for me where that I call as my special strength? Can I say intuitively there's something wrong about this guy and therefore I need to send him for one more check and then come back and do it? And every time I do it, I'm proved right. So I have that intuitive feeling which comes absolutely by default, not by force, and very sort of impromptu. And I don't have to think twice before it hits me. So my sixth sense and my conscience is talking to me loud and clear. And then I don't have to do no validation with anybody. I know that I'm on track. That can be my strength, which I won't tell anybody, but surely enough, I'll keep working on it to say, every time this happens, I seem to be hitting the deck. Why not? That means there's something about it. And what is my contribution to my work, my team, my organization, and the strategic goals? Because at the end of the day, we are one family. And I've got to be seen in equal measure by my entire stakeholder community. So that's what describes who you are. So the who you are is not in one console, in one box, but it's a package consisting of quite a few things on which you need to work from time to time. and then give yourself as one solid package. And this is how, over a period of time, you build a brand you, and people start, short of giving you a moniker, they start describing you as, oh, very reliable, very nice man, very generous, very cute, very whatever. You know, they have got some adjectives and superlatives to describe you. So while that might be a one-word description, it actually encompasses a whole lot of your personality traits. Yeah. Any quick questions? Are we going okay? Nobody's sleeping us up. I'll have to validate that with him. This is another important one, yeah, your brand communication. All what we spoke, do you agree that it is intangible? It's totally abstract. It's totally left to your perception versus your perception versus her perception and my perception. And that can be very heterogeneous. How do I bring all this together from a level of abstractness to a level of physical construct, so that it is not left to someone's perception? It's not, there is somebody. Sorry about it. That's okay. Let her continue sleeping. Don't worry, guys. No, don't worry. It's left to a physical construct now. And this physical construct is what is your brand communication. So you start communicating with your customers so that you don't leave it to their perception. You guide their perception in such a way that over a period of time, 10 people talk the same language. And that happens through your brand consistency. So every time you see me, it's a first time meeting. So I have to put my best garb and present myself in my best position possible. Because every time I disappoint you, dissatisfaction sets in. And then you start from a minus level. So every time I meet you, if I start from a new garb and a new attire to say that I'm meeting you for the first time, over a period of time, I'm going to be delivering what we call as a brand consistency. And somewhere you will say, don't worry. If he says 9 o'clock, he'll be there at 9 o'clock. Come hell or high seas, he'll be there. If he says you got a problem, I'm scared. I will have a problem. Otherwise, he doesn't scare me. So the brand consistency is very important. Can I have a relatable story? When I say something, does he think I'm pulling a fast one on him, giving him a bedtime kind of a story? Or am I giving him something that is really relatable and really believable? Yeah. Is it honest? Are people trusting it when I say it? Or are they doubting me like I'm cooking up a story just to keep you happy? Dependable. Am I dependable? Am I reliable? Am I persistent? Do I have a sense of humor? Am I consistent in my communication? Am I consistent in my deliverables? Am I consistent in saying my employees will take care of you? Does that really happen? Do they put up their best performance when I'm there? And do they really show their true color when I'm not there? What is the kind of feedback I'm getting? Yeah. And the true test obviously lies when you're not there. Personality. What kind of a personality am I? Extrovert, introvert, docile, hostile, cool, charged up, psychic myself. Some of us are so psychic and so sort of hyper, and then we tell the patient chill. And he's wondering who's telling whom. Little do we realize who is talking to whom. Yeah. And of course, the physique. When I say this physique, you think you put up a fantastic clinic or whatever, and the patient is seeing some water leaking somewhere, some water dripping in the wash basin, and a whole lot of those things. And like the guy is wondering, what kind of an hospital is this? On the one hand, she's giving me a gyan, and here you see what's happening. On the one hand, she's telling us not to come with slippers, or he's telling us not to come with footwear, and they themselves are walking with footwear all over the place. And there's extra light here, or whatever. I mean, it's total misnomer to what you're advocating vis-a-vis what you're demonstrating. Notwithstanding, when you go to see, sometimes this button is not working, that switch is not working, this power is not working, and you call the patient for something and you say, oh, I'm so sorry, something has gone wrong. And then they start talking to, मेरे को भी वो दिन वही बोला था, मेरे को भी वही बोला था. Now they're wondering, क्या हो रहा है भाई? Now, when we say the physique here, we are talking about your brand physique. Why do we all know this bottle as a Coke bottle, or this bottle as a Tetra Pak bottle, Tupperware bottle? because they have a particular consistency in which the bottle is constructed, the physical presence. Even if you're blind, you touch the bottle, you know it's a Coke bottle or a Pepsi bottle. From a distance, you can say this is a Maggi noodle by virtue of the packaging. So the physique of a brand, the physique of a hospital or a clinic is extremely important. Notwithstanding, that physique does not restrict itself only to the infrastructure. It can even be your letterhead. It can even be your visiting card, your business card. In fact, they say one of the key elements of your branding is your business card and your letterhead. So what you may want to understand is you have to use all of these in whichever form, silent and monologue and dialogue, to communicate your brand elements, your brand essence, your brand promise. Sorry. All I can say is go back and refer to half a dozen letterheads and see what a silent communication comes to you when you see those 6 letterheads or when you see those 6 business cards. Some of the business cards are so shabby with a whole lot of information. How does it matter whether you're a PhD or an SSC? Right from SSC, you'll put SSC, BSc, MSc, PhD, and whatever. I mean, I don't know what's going to really come out of it. Does it really have value? And then I put half a dozen numbers, and none of those numbers are working, and nobody pays those numbers. Then I say, I am available for you, may I help you? And then when you call them up at 8 or 5, there'll be a IVR voice which says, this operates between working hours between 9 and 5. You see what's happening? There's a whole lot of miscommunication. And then there are certain business cards which have something written on the overleaf. And we are not used to turning the business card to check what's written on the overleaf. And we only look at the thing, इसका नाम आता है पर number नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, क्या है, कैसा business card है ये? Because we are not used to turning it over. The letterheads. If you got to write a decent amount and you carry such a small prescription kind of a writing pad as your letterhead, or you have such a huge paper and you hardly write 2 lines on that. People have not really given attention to the fact, notwithstanding in the good old days, your letterhead and your business card carries your address. And that address connotates your status. South Bombay versus Central Bombay versus Suburban Bombay versus Distant Bombay, and then where you require a passport and visa to reach that part of Bombay. Yeah. So that answers. Yeah. No problem. Now, this is another example I just found on the this thing, so I thought let's give this to you all. You might wonder, when I say communication, when do I communicate? What do I communicate? How do I communicate? To whom do I communicate? I don't know whether there's a required answer in this, because at the end of the day, I need to communicate with my patients. And I should not always be communicating about who I am and what I am. That's a given that you've already done. Can I add value? Can I add value around my area? Can I add value in the periphery? And can I add value which is connected, complementing, and supplementing my area? If I know along with my eye problem, I could have an ear problem, why not talk about the ear problem? If I know along with my eye problem, there's something else expected to come about, why not talk about it? If I know I'm going to have some other problem which can result in an eye problem, why not talk about it? If you know your patients are predominantly spiritual minded, why not talk to them about spirituality? If that's your area also. The point is to stay connected. The point is to stay engaged. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying what to talk, what not to talk. We normally tell our people not to talk politics, not to talk religion, surely enough, because it's very personal. But surely enough, you can find areas and topics which are of consequence, which are of interest amongst your community, to keep them engaged, to keep them sort of connected, to keep them, active and agile with you. And don't look at them only when they have a problem. That's a big one here. The big one here is not to look at them when they have a problem, but to look at them at all times. Now, when you try to look at them at all times, then it's a question of a customer lifetime value that we're talking about. And then we're talking about not being an opportunist, not being matlabi, but being true to serve them as true caring people. Yeah. Some areas of engagement, like I said, the stakeholder map will clearly give you an indication of whom to engage, what to engage with, how to engage, how much to engage. You know when to engage with the government people, when to engage with whom, for what, rather than being an opportunist. This is another important one. We tend to forget this because we think that everyone whom we meet, we love and care and kiss and hug them. It doesn't happen that way. Like for y'all, when I walked into this room, it's not the same as who I am now when you meet me. And probably I may not be the same tomorrow when you meet me at some other time. Because like out of sight, out of mind. So what's very important for us to understand is the first time that you meet somebody, it is a stranger, and let it be a stranger. Now, this is where if you say, oh no, I know you for the last 10 years, come, let me hug and kiss you, he's going to wonder what's wrong with this person. Because you're an absolute facade. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you don't take this guy for granted who loves you. You take that person for granted, he could well wean away from you. So you got to maintain that distance and give that respect. But surely enough, you give time and you give the right inductment of your so-called dosage of medicine, dosage of relationship. You'll see that they graduate from being a stranger to an acquaintance, from an acquaintance to liking. I like this person. From the liking this person, it becomes a love. From a love, it becomes collaboration. From a collaboration, it goes to what we call as a strategic alliance and a joint venture. While a strategic alliance can be in a particular area, a joint venture can be two of us getting into a financial kind of a exchange of transactions or whatever. Yeah. These are some quotes. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I think I'm going to stop here and take a pause, give you all about 10 minutes to ask whatever questions, and then I'm done. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So if there's any question, all right, so digital marketing, let me tell you, it's not everybody's cup of tea. Yeah. So when you talk about brand communication, the one thing that you have to be connected today is to be on social media. I would rather be on digital media to start with. Digital media is the set, and social media is the subset, which is one of the vehicles that operate on your digital media. So digital media covers your email, it covers your blog, it covers everything. Yeah. Very, very important thing on your digital media and your social media, your portal. How friendly is your portal? How inviting is your portal? How engaging is your portal? How two-way communicative is your portal? How active and agile is your portal? How quick is your portal on the TAT in terms of response to the patient when he communicates with you all? The turnaround time. Do you have a chatbot which is really communicating, leveraging, interacting, engaging with the patient and or the kith and kin? Do you have all the answers that the kith and kin is asking? Do you have all the answers the patient is asking? Do you have the answers for your suppliers and your vendors? Do you have answers for some of your stakeholders in the primary level? Is your portal readily accessible? One of the frustrating moments is when you log in and you put on the internet. We all know the speed of the internet in this country. But what am I doing with my portal and my server to make sure that it opens within the first few seconds? And the first few seconds are the moments of truth. When it doesn't open, all the head starts nodding, all the assumptions start becoming presumptions, and problems start. And those are the first impressions, which are the lasting impressions. So having a social media portal, having a digital portal on your mobile, fully available on the screen that is there on the mobile. It's not that like I've got to minimize, or I've got to expand, or I've got to move to read the whole line. So getting your portal in line with your mobile screen size in today's time is extremely critical, because nearly 70% of the consumers operate their internet on their mobile. 50% of India's FMCG business happens on mobile. 50% of rural India connects on the e-commerce through mobile. Your internet population in this country is 600 million against a 1.3 billion population. And your telecom connection in this country is 1.2 billion population on the telecom industry as against your population of 1.3 billion. Nothing can be more penetrative than that. And therefore, if you're not on your mobile, you have what we call a FOMO. FOMO is fear of missing out. So you can now see how important it is. But let me be very honest with you all. Digital marketing, social media marketing is not our cup of tea. That's not our profession. We can't be good in everything. Sorry? Right. So like, absolutely. So let's be clear about it. Having said that, whether we like it or not, the industry, the market, the consumer is moving the digital platform. And today's millennials, they know not what is word of mouth. What you're saying is right. No. What you're saying is absolutely right. Make no mistakes about it. But today, the rural India is talking about urban product at rural price, which is why Micromax was a huge success. Yeah. Today, you have more Domino's and McDonald's outlets in the rural India, tier 2 or tier 3 cities than what you have in the cities. So the best way to approach that is to employ a small-time agency, and there are a lot of these guys who are doing it. Setting up a web portal, setting up a chatbot is today everybody's game. Yeah. So, but if you can be connected with the person who's helping you to set it up, so that your web portal is a reflection of your brand personality. It will take some time. Don't worry about it. You can always build it in phases. But what is very important is, like your CV is your personality, like your CV talks your brand, your web portal has to talk your language. And then, of course, there's like what we call as organic and inorganic customers coming on board. There's something called as free onboarding and paid onboarding. Much as free onboarding is very, very attractive for us, it also pays to go for paid onboarding. Because when you talk to Google and when you pay for your onboarding, your name comes much ahead. So there are times when you have to buy business, but this is constructive buying of business. You're not buying the business from a customer point of view. You're buying the business from an advertisement, from a communication point of view. Am I communicating everything on the digital platform? Am I on the digital platform which corroborates, which reverberates, which communicates what I'm talking to the customer or the patient when they come to my hospital? It can't be that I say in the physical brick and mortar that I'm open from 8 in the morning till 8 in the night, and on your web portal you say from 7 in the morning till 10 in the night. That's because somebody else has constructed it and he or she has done a copy paste of somebody else's web portal, and you have not really gone in and validated what has been put up there. Does it answer some very basic questions so that it saves time for your counselors? Does it project your employees in good stead? So in other words, the content of your web portal has to be completely vetted by you to make sure that they are authentic, they're exhaustive, and they cover all the mundane activities so that it saves time for the employees and for the patient when they walk into your hospital. Is my navigation to my hospital with clear landmarks? Basics. Are the telephone numbers valid? Are they being responded to when the call comes in? Have you done a validity check? Have you done a mystery shopping of your website? Do I visit my website once in a week to make sure that it is updated? Do I provide all the information to let the patients know that I'm a very transparent operator? I have nothing to hide. Do I carry testimonials with customers' approvals? Do I have all my stakeholders addressed in my web portal? Whether they're competition, whether they're government or whoever, does my web portal address? Now, obviously, like I said, social media technology is not everybody's cup of tea. It need not be everybody's cup of tea. So hand it to somebody who is reliable, but please guide them. Do the hand holding and don't do the hands off. The hands off is where the problem starts. And of course, your web portal should really speak your spoken language. That's very important. But being on web portal having a mobile this thing, and all gadgets, be it desktop, tablet, uh, computers, everything is extremely important. And how well am I connected with my peers in my community? You can call everybody a competitor, but the way the market is going today in the VUCA world, competitors are becoming collaborators. I don't know how many of us know Maruti Suzuki is working very closely with Toyota to launch another car, which is called Cross Badging. Now, Vodafone, Idea, and Airtel together came about 10, 15 years back and put up a tower, because the tar is an essential ingredient of your airwaves. Now, that is a very mundane job. So the three companies said, well, let's all pull in money, get somebody to operate it. We don't have to worry about it because the tar is a common ingredient to send out airwaves. That's an act of collaboration. So what you see is increasingly in a competitive environment, competition is being replaced by collaboration. So can I collaborate with somebody, or is it necessary that I have an infrastructure which provides all the services, or can I collaborate with somebody and piggyback on each other? How do I work that relationship out? So obviously when it comes to collaboration, there will be a conflict of interest. How do I overcome that conflict of interest? How do I identify areas of interest and areas of conflict of interest? So should I start with areas of interest, leaving the areas of conflict of interest? Because that's a tough one. Maybe I'll start with the areas of interest and work on the collaboration. And slowly, as the relationship builds, as the trust builds, I work on the areas of conflict of interest. That's another way to do it. So presumably, uh, like I said, first and foremost, your TAT for your response, turnaround time, has to have some clear answer, whether it is going to be 1 hour, half an hour, 2 hours, and therefore do you have somebody like a ATC, air traffic controller, watching your website all the times on inputs that are coming from patients? Are you responding to it? And whether it is good or bad, stand up and acknowledge. That's the first thing that you will do for your brand, is to stand up and acknowledge, and not take a say, this is not my problem. And then how you respond to it is very important. Are you defending your turf, or are you opposing it? Are you fighting the battle, or are you joining the battle? At this point in time, I will not be able to say what is the right answer. But surely enough, you got to take a very mature step. And that is why we spoke about responsibility and authority. So no matter what happens, you need to upfront come and not ask your counselor, not ask your second in command or your third in command to do it. Because if they goof up, you're only adding more to the problem. So you're better off to bite the bullet yourself rather than get somebody else to bite it. And then, of course, you'll have something else to chew, which is going to be very difficult. So you may as well be careful. So yeah, so there are some downsides of it, because social media is the only platform which allows you a two-way communication. And today it can do as much good as much as it can do something bad. So it's both a bane and a boon. It depends upon how you handle it, how you manage it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So this again, your web expert will guide you, because depending on the profile of your customers, one would choose a Facebook versus an Instagram versus a WhatsApp versus whatever. So you got to really understand. So what we did, segmentation and targeting. So you will understand that probably many of the serious guys are on Twitter, and many of the guys who are like really socially well connected are on the Facebook. Now it depends upon what profile of customers you are targeting, you're communicating with, or you want to communicate with. Accordingly, you pick and choose. It's like, for example, you're picking up a Times of India over a Dainik Bhaskar, over a Maharashtra Times. Target audience. Yeah. And that is where your segmentation and targeting becomes a very important exercise, because unless you do your segmentation and targeting, you don't know whom you're communicating with. And if you don't know that, you don't know how to communicate, what to communicate, when to communicate. One is the humility to learn. Two is to continuously keep reading, irrespective of whether you understand or you don't understand. And the best part is when you don't understand, you go to the next level, Mr. Uncle Google, and ask him the queries and get it understood. And that way you continuously keep reading and not just say, I'm a doctor, I'm an eye doctor, and therefore I will only do the eye. Like today, between you and me on a lighter note, I can talk about quite a few industries, quite a few sectors, quite a few streams, whether it's HR, finance, operations. Though I'm basically primarily a marketing guy, that's because the other areas also impact my area. So as much as I can, I know. That's okay. Thank you very much. But that's my family tradition of being interested in medicine, interested in health conditions and whatever. So can go on and on a little bit, but sorry and thank you about that. So it's important thing is to keep reading. So like today, whatever happens in the banking community, I read. I've got nothing to do with the banking community. I'm not a stock market player, but I really know something in the stock market. Because in business and marketing, when I'm teaching economy, there's a connect. So if an ITC brand is doing well or not doing well, there is an impact in the market. And that is also because the company is doing well or not doing well. And it's also because of the raw materials. There's a lot of connections. So you try to sort of slowly keep expanding. Yeah. So the best way to do that, to answer your question, is to read whatever that comes your way and just keep reading it. So I read what's happening in the healthcare industry. When you say book, let me be very honest with you. This is the first time. That's why I don't know if you all saw me. I was struggling a little bit within my PowerPoint on this one. I'm not a PowerPoint guy. I really struggled to put up this PowerPoint for you guys. I'm a no paper, no book, no PowerPoint, but I just go and do my lectures and I take the class as it comes. So that's why I told the gentleman that you all won't sleep, because my habit is to engage with you all by asking you all to ask questions to me and I answering it. So it's a two-way communication, and whoever is quiet is the one who picks up by me. So I'm not a PowerPoint guy. But when you say books, if you're saying textbooks, that won't be of much interest to you. But I don't think if you refer the anatomy book to somebody, they'll pick up the book. So it depends on where your interest is. Like, for example, if you want to know about the GDP of India, if you want to know the inflation rate of India, if you want to know the population of India, if you want to know the penetration of refrigerator in India, as an example, then there's a nice book called India in Numbers, which has just been recently released. But if you want to read someone's autobiography, there's a nice book called An Autobiography by Lee Iacocca, the Japanese guy. If you want to, okay. So there's a nice book called Learn to Swim with the Sharks. It's a little old book, but I like these kind of books. There's a very nice book called Learn to Swim with the Sharks, which is what you and I are doing in any case. We are surviving. So the question is, why read it? That's another question to ask, yeah? But having said that, that's a nice book to read. If some of us feel that, for example, I want to improve my finance knowledge, and I don't want to show the other person, you want to read the balance sheet, then there is a nice book called Finance for Non-Finance Guys. So now that will explain to you a little bit about ratios, a little bit about balance sheet, credit, debit, at least the working knowledge. Yeah, so I'll tell you one thing, like my predecessor told me, the best way today is, no matter what question comes to your mind, honestly, Uncle Google is the answer. The first thing is to pick up Google, read the very first portal that comes up. Normally they rank and put the first portal as the best portal. When you read that, either your curiosity goes deeper and then it will lead you to something else. And many of these links have got sublinks to tell you that if you're further interested in reading this, go to this link. So that way you keep navigating and going deeper and deeper. And over a period of time, you will find out which are those authentic sites, which are the not so authentic sites. When you read itself, you'll get to know. And of course, today, papers like Economic Times, Times of India, they also have apps. A lot of news comes on your apps as notification. That's another way of very quickly getting connected and reading. Like, for example, I really don't have the time to read, but I still read, whether it's 4:30 in the morning or 10:30 in the night. I will read a certain amount before I hit the bed. If I still can't do that, then I pick up my mobile and I've got everything about brand equity on my mobile, because that's my real core area. I must know what's happening with which brand and which company real time. Kal ho gaya aur agar mere ko aaj nahi malum hai, then I have a problem. So from that point of view, there are certain portals. You get used to it. I'm sure you all have your network, how to connect with whom, what's happening where, you know. So, right, you must have, over a period of time, you can develop into that. But it's very important that once you get into this, maintaining them is very important because of your brand consistency. Else, what will happen is like Ayaram, Gayaram, out of sight, out of mind, and then they start branding you the other way around. That reverse branding, that negative branding is more lethal than you not having branding. So there are some trade-offs. Yeah, there are some trade-offs. Sure. All right. So for me, the so-called small town is the future big town. The sooner, the faster you're the early mover, you have an advantage. So you be horses for courses, but surely you can't be a donkey for courses. That's where you lose out. So now that you have the exposure to the urban India, you have the exposure to what's happening in the developed areas, you keep them ready. That this is how companies like Hindustan Lever, Procter and Gamble, Nestle, these are leading companies in their sectors. Why are they leaders? Even while their business is going good, they are doing research, they are doing innovation, and whatever they pick up as insights which are going to be useful 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they pick it up and store it up. It's there in the inventory. The moment the market demands, serve it. So there's no gap between the customer asking and you serving them. By the time competition wakes up, these guys have already run a mile. So what you need to do is, even while you're serving your customer today in the climatic condition that you are working in, you're literally looking at tomorrow and day after tomorrow and keeping them in your inventory. And the moment the market demands, ready to cook, ready to serve, ready to eat. So there is a ready to cook, there is a ready to eat, and there's a ready to serve. Now you got to figure out where you want to be. But agility is the order of the day. So there's nothing like the other day when I was traveling somewhere, I saw it is written the Hiranandani of Panvel, of Powai. Yeah, I think this is in Panvel, and they're writing the Hiranandani of Powai. What are they saying? That 10 years from now, today you and I might prove the fact that we didn't pick up a property in Powai 20 years back. But that's what they're saying. Now, if you made a mistake there, don't commit that mistake again. Pick up the property now, because this is going to be the Hiranandani of Powai tomorrow. You see, they're sending out a message. So we all have to be ready for tomorrow. Because the tomorrow never tells you when it's coming. The problem never tells you when it's coming. So that's why we have what we call as a BCP, business continuity plan. So we always have a BCP for anything and everything. So like in our institute, no matter what event we have, we always have 2 people for that. So if the first one doesn't come up for whatever reason, we still have the backup. And if the backup is not there, we still have a filler. So nowhere on any point in time will ever be caught on the wrong foot. And then, of course, Murphy's law is always there. What will go wrong? You can't help it. But that's the harsh reality. Can't help it. Yeah. Sorry. I think it can be as bad as what happens in the consumer industry for the person who's connected, for the person to whom it is impacting. Like if today, if I have to see something on the aviation industry which is negative, boy, it can really impact me like no man's business. Because I'm an aviation buff, I'm an aviation user, and I'm an aviation well knowledgeable. So, and I can tell you buy airlines, whatever. But that's a fact of life. But that's a fact of life. We all complain about the wrong person and the thing. We never complain about ourselves. So the first thing I always ask ourselves is to be hard on yourself. Do unto others what you would like done unto you. No, but what That's because, no, so let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. When you say, yeah. That is one thing. We are apologetic about taking. So, okay, now let me spend 5 minutes, if it's okay with you all, on feedback. When we take feedback, first of all, I don't know how many of us really consider feedback as a gift. Yeah. It is not a critic, it is a gift. If we consider feedback as a gift, A, but B, first and foremost, have we lived up to our brand promise? Have we delivered our brand essence? Assuming that all that is done, we now have to go out and seek feedback. When we seek feedback, have we framed the questions unbiasedly? Or have we framed the questions manipulating what should be the answers to ensure that we get the final result that we want to hear and see? How many of us go back and tell the customer, can I get your feedback? But incidentally, just a moment. Tell me what I should not hear, not what I should hear. See what I'm doing? Tell me what I should not hear and not what I should hear, because I'm okay, I'm matured. I mean, if it is, it is. I can't help it. At least thank you for telling me. Hopefully next time I'll turn around. How many of us take that feedback and action it? So how many of us create what we call as an ATR, action taken report on feedback? Whoever it is who has to take the action. And having taken that action taken report, are we going back to the customer and giving a feedback on what action have we taken on the feedback? So going back to the customer and giving feedback on their feedback of what action you've taken, and therefore to expect something different the next time around, and then asking the patient again, did you see that perceptible change? So there's a whole process of escalation and completion of the task in terms of a cycle. Knowing fully well, people will, like I said, if you have to do a SWOT, you'll have a host of strength, but hardly any inadequacies. Sorry, Sharan. Yeah, thank you. Pleasure indeed.
Go ahead. A very pleasant good evening to one and all present here. No introduction needed, but still I would like to introduce my guru, Professor Dr. S. Natarajan. He's a vitreoretinal surgeon since 1984. He's a Padma Shri awardee, one of the highest civilian award by the President of India, and a state award by the government of Jammu and Kashmir for his meritorious public service. He has done more than 60,000 plus vitreoretinal surgeries. He has given more than 2,500 invited guest lectures all over the world, authored more than 4 books, peer-reviewed publications more than 100. He is a charter member of Retina Hall of Fame. He is currently president of TOSI, Teleophthalmic Society of India, and APOS, Asia Pacific Ophthalmic Trauma Society. He is the worldwide Secretary General of GEGC, Global Eye Genetic Consortium, Board of Trustee and Treasurer ICO, International Council of Ophthalmology, and board member ISOT, International Society of Ocular Trauma. He is a Guinness World Record holder for screening the maximum number of diabetic retinopathy in Asia's largest urban slum, Dharavi, Mumbai. In 8 hours, 649 patients were screened. He is the managing trustee of Kamala Sundaram Foundation and NGO serving economically weaker section of the society by arranging free eye camps for them. Till date, 4,962 camps are done, having touched 8 million lives in screening. His dream is to prevent blindness due to diabetic retinopathy and make India blind-free in the next 5 years. For this, he has initiated a registered Section 8 company. He is a trustee member of Roti Bank, Mumbai, who serves free meals to 10,000 people per day. So now I would like to request Professor Dr. S. Natarajan to please come on the stage and enlighten us with your inspiring words. Please, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes.
After that, you work from here? Okay. So my talk is on Dream It, Be It. So I think thanks to this Khalsa College young students, I keep addressing now young people because I belong to that group now, 18 and above. So they are Leo Club Khalsa College, and they gave this topic, Dream It and Be It. And I think it's really one my life. The topic itself says that's my life. And so I always, for a long time, I had a fellow called Dr. Rishi Bharadwaj from Gurgaon, and he actually, in 2014, told me I should see this movie, Kung Fu Panda 2. So I actually didn't know why, because for a long time I didn't know why. And he actually made a caricature of me, and I didn't even know that was Master Shifu, but I thought that was Kung Fu Panda. Anyhow, I didn't see till 2020, thanks to COVID. So I was at home and I was watching that movie maybe 20 times with my grandmother. And since it was a cartoon, my grandmother also enjoyed it, even though it was in English. So that says you must believe. And this was Ugwe to Po. That's what, and the Po is the Kung Fu Panda, and Ugwe was the Guru. And so this is what the Dream It and Be It, and that's my young photograph. Thanks again. The entire presentation is made by Sneha, who just gave. She's one of the youngest in our group now, but still younger to me, right? You're 22 and I'm 18. And so that's how from year to year. And I think I still feel the same as that age, and I'm wearing the same similar tie. And so just like for the Panda, I too had a humble beginning in the sample town. How many of you have seen the Kung Fu Panda movie? Almost all. Okay. So he has actually a noodle maker's son in that. He is an adopted son. And he is so fat, and everybody was criticizing him of the looks. So same thing happened when I was born. My mother said, told I believe that I look dark, and so my mother didn't want to feed me for 2 days. And my grandmother took me and said no. And I was given my grandfather's name. That's how my family tradition goes. So I was born in Madurai, and I'm glad I knew when I was in my young days Dr. Veneshwami, because he was my grandfather's junior. And he lived in the same compound where my grandfather lived in 1930s, and my father lived from 1955, and I lived from the time I was born in 1957 in Madurai. That's in Government Eye Hospital, Egmore, Madras. So that's my father and mother. You can see I was a 1-year-old kid. I'm glad my father also had a habit of taking photographs and maintaining. This was my 52nd wedding anniversary of my parents, which when I brought them in 2007 in a rental house in Edinburgh Road in Matunda. She knows where is that. And so the main thing is I'm grateful to my father for giving me education, and my mother for all the love, because she was that way, didn't go to school much, and she brought up in a small village town called Tenkasi, which is now a district, plus has the best waterfalls, and has the best environment, because of 5-kilometer radius is like in heaven in the world, because full of greenery. And my mother's parents had they were landlord and had 40 acres of land, but she gave all the love and support. Whatever mistakes I did, she will be straight, even maybe hit me, but still I think I love her because she gave everything I think she dedicated her life for me, my brother, my sister, and my father. And that's my grandmother, who lived 103, and that's my grandfather. This was during the 1990. I think Dr. Taswala knows him, right? Sunil Pare. Yeah. He's the best veterinary surgeon. He is my fellow. And then because that time Dr. Vijaya married Dr. Gopal, and she was also a retina fellow, but became a glaucoma surgeon. And when Dr. Sridhara went to US, Dr. Radhanath trained him as a glaucoma surgeon. He's one of the best glaucoma and vitrectomy surgeons. He has trained many fellows. When he was there with me in the other. And he actually helped in training Dr. Nishita to do PECOS at that time. And that sort of Nishita is grateful to us for being there. All the cataract surgeons in our hospital are trained by somebody. And they have been, hi, Nikhil. Thanks to you. All a big hand for Nikhil.
Hi, Nikhil.
And Nikhil is, I several times won the COVID one. No? So, and whenever time, Raman, you have to keep up the time and tell me to stop so that Nikhil will stop. So this is what I said. I'm a third generation eye doctor. So everything I do, I had two taskmasters in my life. One in the room of my father, but more was I spent more time with Dr. Bernard, because I think I'm the only one who had the opportunity to spend from morning 7 till night 1, and again from morning 7 till night 1. And after my marriage in 87, I used to go home at 9. So you told me, Nati, you have become lazy. So that was how we worked. I mean, never, it was my investment. And I actually worked with him from 84 to 88. And my last salary was 4,000 rupees a month, but I was doing the maximum number of vitreoretinal surgeries in the world at that time. And thanks to him. And the second, you all saw him yesterday, this morning, Mr. Shivanandan. So you can see again, I'm very tired from my childhood, which is all that time unintentional, but I don't know how I'm still continuing that right through. And so I start my daily day by doing that. My prayer starts when I start my bath, because I actually learned from my Azad. We both used to stay together. He also used to start telling mantras while taking bath. And then I also started doing that. I don't chant, but I have what do you call, the speakers in my toilet. So I take bath when I have all the mantras going on. And now last few days I'm listening to 1893 September talk by Swami Vivekananda. So every time I go to Chicago, I like to visit where Swami Vivekananda gave the talk, and it's in same September 11 to 21. He took part of that conference. So I salute Mata, Pita, Guru, Mitra, and Deva. Deva last, the Swami Vivekananda says, God is within you. And so the main idea of this talk is the motivation. So not just by preaching, neither by mentioning remarkable historic evolution only, nor by words of wisdom, but by sharing example of my own life and combining effect of these three to inspire the beautiful mind like yours. And let me take this wonderful opportunity to share my story. A real warrior never quits. This is the panda. And so there is no easy way to mastery. And that I also like to recommend to people to read that book, the Mastery by Concise Mastery by Richard Green. It's a beautiful book. When I read that, I read about Charles Darwin, about the Mendelian theories, and I decided to go to Galapagos, and I did it. So what I decide, I do. And I think many people ask me, do I rotate the globe and touch a point and go? Maybe true. And that's what happened, because in 1979, there's a song in the Rajinikanth movie. He was a villain in that movie, and Kamala Hassan was the hero. That means when you think of it, it's so sweet. So that's the name of the movie. In that movie, he says morning coffee in London, and lunch in New York, and evening cafe in Thailand. And that's what the movie. That means we have 3 continents you do in a day, and I do that 6 times a year or maybe more now. I just came back from Malaysia. Now on Tuesday night, I'm going to Chicago, and 3rd or 4th I'm going to Mexico. I'll operate there. I'm going to a city called Acapulco, where maximum Hollywood movies were taken, and it's the highest crime in the world. Google that, and I'm not afraid. And I think wherever I go, I've gone when LDP was active in Sri Lanka. I went to 92 to Assam when Wolfa was active. I gone from Guwahati to Jorhat. Everybody said, "How can you travel?" I also traveled in Bihar, in the inner parts of Bihar. Went to the Jain place. What is the place? I've been near Rajgir, where Mahavir got Nirvana. And I went to Gaya, where Buddha, and I have been to Varanasi, where you have the city never. It's one of the ancient city, and also where Jesus was born in Bethlehem. So I also went to. So there are 3 religions were born there in Jerusalem and Israel, and I think it's a desert. So what I'm saying is, It took 20 years to develop fists of steel, 20 years of practicing kung fu and punching iron trees. And mastery is all about developing healthy habits, which will raise your chances of becoming successful. But that takes time and perseverance. That's why Sean mentioned that book, Malcolm Gladwell book, The Outliers. In that, he says a professional has to spend 10,000 hours in life to become like Mozart or Beethoven in music. So I think I've done 60,000 surgery. That means so many hours inside vitreous cavity. So yesterday, Mr. Jain came from Jodhpur. He said, "My God, you can talk and operate." I said, "Surgery is in the spinal level now, and not now, from the 90s itself." Because in 86, when I met, rather 85, I met Dr. Kinney. Then I met Dr. Q. Yamanaka from Japan, who taught us, and Dr. Kenshi Oshima, who taught us the silicon oil, because we were against silicon oil in 85, 86, because Charles Stephens, mentor of Dr. Zan, said silicon oil is only for automobile, not for the eye. But anyway, he was wrong. But he was the father of modern retinal detachment surgery. Then we learned from Jonovich, he's the father of modern surgery, who revolutionized vitreoretinal surgery after Dr. Steve Charles and Jonovich, and used this extra time to develop a skill and perfect it. And there is no shortcut, only practice, practice, practice. That's what he said about focus. So right from my school days, I knew I wanted to be an ophthalmologist and nothing but the best. And I decided, and that's just to say that's my brother. He also studied in a school where tie was a must. And so my first exposure to ophthalmic clinic was I grew up from 1957 till 1969. I was in the eye hospital compound. So every day I used to go rounds with my father when I was almost 3 years old. And Dr. J. Abraham, uncle of Dr. Chandran Abraham, used to teach me the parts of the eye. I used to rattle conjunctiva, cornea, this pupil, and that age itself. And so learn to be with the wise, and your life will flow and glow. So when I was 10 years old, I used to actually take my father's direct ophthalmoscope. I learned ophthalmoscope that time, and I saw the dog's eye. Still, I can see. After that, I never seen a dog's eye, but it was like a glittering red, and I didn't know what it was. And I used to be afraid because my father used to come and slap, saying that you are spoiling my ophthalmoscope. So anyhow, and also I did that is he used to do corneal foreign body using the corneal spatula. But I took a needle and touched the dog's eye, and the dog slapped it on my own pet. And after that, I never did that because I tried it. I did open the dog's eye, but it cooperated till I saw was examining. But when I touched the cornea, I didn't realize that's the most sensitive part of the body, more than enamel. And so I was also a captain of athletic team and football team. I am from a school of athletics which is 108 years old, Madras College School. And Madras Medical College is again started in 1835, school in 1834. And so I was a 10 kilometer long distance runner. I was a champion in medicals. And that was we did the Olympic torch when we did the Olympic international. So he was my inspiration. I don't know how many of you have seen BGP Golden Beach, the first beach resort in India in Maharashtra. And now so many things are there, Fisherman's Cove and Grand Bay and many things. So he said that if you want to become whatever you want to, he said, convert your dream into a prayer, tell that prayer and go to sleep, and next day onwards you work. And my prayer was I should become an international eye doctor without knowing the meaning what it is. Because my father was eye doctor, grandfather was eye doctor. They never traveled abroad. But he did in 86, but in this I dreamt in 1965. So it is there in all this I learned recently in 2004. Yad Bhavan, Tad Bhavati, which is there in Sanskrit. You become what you think. And the Bible says, thou shall be. And in Sanskrit also, Tadastu. That means whatever you think, it will happen. So I completed my postgraduate in 84, and I became this is the Elliott School of Ophthalmology. I'm going to talk that's in there's a Kogan History Society. I'm a member there. And also, I'm a member of the American Academy of Ophthalmology Museum Committee. The two ophthalmologists have donated $6 million each. So it's called the Tucson Marmor Museum of Eye. And they are now open that's the largest and the biggest museum in the world now. But this is the first museum in ophthalmology. So India should be proud of that. And we are the first eye hospital in India and Asia, and second in the world. And that's where we studied. Myself, my mentor, Dr. Nath, Dr. Venkateswamy, Dr. R.P. Dr. who came with an award from Entod, Dr. Ishwar Chandra from Nagpur, teacher of Dr. L.D. And like that, many, and I think that was the, and when I went to Dr. Sitapur Hospital was started by Dr. Nehru. He studied in 1926 in government eye hospital. Maybe my grandfather's colleague, but what a great contribution he has done. He was also born in 1900. My grandfather also was born in 1900. His adopted son was born in 1927, and my father was born in 1927. So I think it's previous time to be an ophthalmologist, even though my children did not do ophthalmology. So I was happy to, I decided in 2009, I don't know why, I thought I should celebrate 200 years of ophthalmology in 2019. And I didn't plan. I couldn't plan I can become president of All India in 2019, but I became. 2017, I won the election. Then 2017, I decided, I made a 5-point program, thanks to my friend Steve Bhotia. I said when Indira Gandhi made a 20-point program, Narendra Modi made his vision, I had a vision for India. So that was the 200 years. And this I have preserved thanks to my father. He paid 232 rupees to join Maharashtra Medical College. 204 rupees is the medical college fees, and 28 rupees is for all this association magazine, and all. And every year I paid only 232 rupees for 5 years. And the 6th year I got my stipend, 300 rupees a month. So we recovered all in 12 months. And then I think we did everything. We the Maharashtra Medical College, and the Leishman Donovan was working there in the 19th century, and I think he worked there in the hospital. The hospital is started in 16th century, and medical college started in 1835. So after that, when I went to Dr. 84 after past in the evening, all of us were postgraduate when you know the result. I went. I told him I want to do microsurgery fellowship. He said I don't have any microsurgery fellowship. I only have retina fellowship. But the only thing is condition is you cannot go and assist your father. You cannot do anything in the evening. You have to the morning, the day and night you have to work. And your life, I've seen you. You have seen me as a student in Maharashtra Medical College, and even in school. So I knew Dr. Nath, I knew Dr. Venkateswamy, and I know most of the ophthalmologists because of my father. Even Dr. J. Agarwal, the founder of Agarwal Hospital from 1960. And he came to Madras in 1957, the year I was born. So from 3 years, I've seen them. Now, we have merged with them, but I've seen all of them. I've seen, and today is actually Dr. J. Agarwal's birth anniversary and Amar Agarwal's wedding anniversary. So I was the one who looked after all the AOS business, and Dr. J. Agarwal made all Amar's wedding today in whatever year. So the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, and the superior teacher demonstrates, and the great teacher inspires. So he's a great man who inspired me. And he said, I have retina surgery. The only thing he said, your life will be on a tube light, and otherwise your life will be doomed. He said, I said, no, that doesn't matter. And I think it was life on a tube light from morning 7 to night 1, but no regrets. And I think I remember one day we started operating at 7:45 actually, and then went on till 4 in the morning. And 4 o'clock in the morning, the man, what an energy, he says, this is the endophthalmitis case. You know to inoculate in the petri dish. I don't know. When he opened the lab, he called the when he wants something, he will bring the sky, the roof down. Yeah. So he made the entire watchman, he called, open the lab, open the petri dish, he took his aspirate, he put it in the, he inoculated all the chocolate and other things, and then he said you can go and sleep. And 7:45 is there for dressing, and I was also there. If you come at 8, you'll say thank you very much, you can come tomorrow. You can allow you to do the dressing. So I think that was the discipline we had. So I worked 5 years within day and night, and nobody had the opportunity. Even Gopal had a schedule he was on Monday, Wednesday, Friday operating. So me, Dr. Nath, were doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday operating. Same thing I can do today also. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, do surgery. And he made a thing that he would ask my opinion. So that's how I do now. Jaydeep is not here. So even today I ask his opinion. So people wonder why I take Dr. Jaydeep's opinion. I think it's always good that somebody half your age is working with me so that I can learn from them. And that's the second mentor for me. This is Dr. Dr. Sharma who's sitting there. That's my OT in 95, I think. Dr. Jonas always came, spent 2 weeks with me in India, and I also traveled. So we used to go to 3 conferences in India, and I was in a faculty with him. That was the best course of the world that time in Antwerp in 91, 93, and 95. In 96, he retired. He was 65. Actually, I'm 65 today. So Shivanand and Singh, you're working like another. So that Dr. Grazia Fertilli is a great surgeon in Verona, Italy. She, myself, and Gareth Finkel started the dot company. He made all instruments what Dr. Jonas wanted. And his name is, you spell it as R-E-L-J, you call him Relia, and that is Jonovish, and you heard the tennis player's name. He's from original Yugoslavia. He was born in Helsinki. That's where in 1911, the First World War started. I got him, and he's in Montenegro. He's 91 this year. He still drives. He drives me around when I go to Montenegro. It's a beautiful country. I don't know why our Bollywood doesn't go and take shooting. A beautiful country. And but he's a great man, and now he's got a garden, and he calls it Natarajan Garden because I smuggled a lot of acacia from Mumbai and given it to him. He's got a lot of acacia, crotons, and he's got 15 turtles in the garden. And even now when I call, it takes 5 minutes to come from the garden to the phone. So he's a great surgeon. So constant inspiration is Swami Vivekananda, stand up, be bold, be strong, take the whole responsibility on your shoulder and know that you are the creator of your own destiny. I don't know, somebody was talking to me about luck. There's no luck. And Dr. Badrinath said, 99% hard work. So I converted the hard work into work with passion and love, and 1% inspiration is that. And that's true. So everything is created by your hands. So I created my destiny. So there's no luck. And so many things they have told me for astrology, but nothing have worked. But I don't believe that also. But even though I go to temple, I do havan. That's the old, I don't know whether it's a bad habit, but I have an old habit. I do that. I go to temple. I also I do daily, I put this, even Shivananda was angry at me for the morning. I actually wanted to do it when he came, but I forgot. And it's there still. So I came in 1988 to Bombay. And at that time I met SP Jain, and I told him I want head of the department. He gave me. And Dr. Hussain was so nice. He was actually visiting the surgeon. He was doing one surgery in Bombay Hospital that time till 1988. And how many? Anybody knows how many I did? 88 October to October, and no patient there. November 88 till July 90, I worked in Bombay Hospital. Any idea? You remember? You were not there. You were not there. Okay. Okay, we joined 89 later. He was my first secretary there. Then she joined. So I did 100 meters studies a month. It is history in entire Maharashtra that time. And then I started the adityajyot in 1990. So I think there also I was operating to 1 o'clock in the morning. Even adityajyot I was doing. Then after that I go home, prepare my videos to 3 in the morning. Then I again start every Saturday, Sunday I gave lectures to all the, well, nobody knew. When I went and gave my visiting card to the surgeon on GP's meeting, that man asked me, this looks like something anorectal surgery program. Then I printed eye specialist and vitreoretinal surgeon. And then so people didn't know what is vitreous surgery. And thanks to Dr. Gokhale, not Niju Gokhale, Niju Gokhale's uncle. Subhash Gokhale. So that time his father was alive, Dr. Subhash Gokhale. And Subhash Gokhale was secretary of Bombay Ophthalmological. Dr. Mujiani, actually, I attended my first ophthalmic conference with my father when I was in 6th standard in 1969 in Taj Hotel. So that time, Dr. Mujiani was organizing, and he refused to allow me to the conference house. And even Dr. J. Agarwal scolded me by saying, children are not allowed in conferences. I used to play in the conference. Anyway, then I came in 83 and I attended a live surgery by the Federal, from Federal, and even Gerard Schultz came 83 in Bombay Hospital. So that time they didn't allow me to do watch the live surgery. I took recommendation letter from Dr. J. Agarwal to Dr. B. T. He said, you are very young and we can allow you into the OT. And the same OT I came and told bullshit in 88, and I made a new OT in 89 in the Institute of Ophthalmology. And again, I left because we didn't give me instruments. Then finally, I had to buy instruments. So I said, why should I work for Bombay Hospital? I told Bharat Tapare that he told me, if you leave Bombay Hospital and go, he was on the 14th floor in the Raheja building in Nariman Point. He told me when I was leaving the room, he said, Dr. Natarajan, it's like jumping from 14th floor. It's a suicidal attempt of leaving Bombay Hospital. People are waiting to join. I opened the door half and told him, you know, see my confidence. I'm jumping from 14th floor, I know. But God has kept a net on the first floor. I'm going to land on the net and I will come out. Don't worry, I told him. He's still not visited my hospital, but we are the biggest eye hospital in Bombay now. And so that was the problem. So I started. I just came because he didn't give me instruments. And Dr. Nagpal also told me you can't do retina in the private. And even Dr. Rajnath was worried. He said you are going to Bombay, and he was given. I think we have the video working. So what can we do to make a difference? We have the power to choose how we are going to react to our predicament. Shivanand put a beautiful slide. What is out of control and what is under control? Whatever happens, we can decide what to do. And there's an opportunity to reflect, learn, and grow to be a better version of ourselves. And let's explore some valuable lessons from which our friends from the movie Kung Fu Panda have taught us while comparing the same with some lessons from my own life. So this is the opening thing in all the newspapers covered and Times of India actually wrote a bad thing that time, and I was seeing that I was doomed because one paragraph said, actually in the press interview, he asked me, you have come from Madras to Bombay only to make money. I got angry and I scolded him saying that, no man, nobody is doing that. That's what I come to do. You know what he wrote next day? He wrote in the paper, according to Dr. Natarajan, Bombay doctors are ignorant about retina. And the Bombay Ophthalmological Association came down on me very badly. I had apologized publicly. They wanted to boycott. Pharmaceuticals was the vice president. I don't want to tell who the president at the time. You can find out. And then Dr. Sidley was president. He was the vice president again. So I had to apologize publicly, give an apology letter, and say that I didn't tell that. Because I personally, anyway, everybody was telling, and then they told me I have to do a statement withdrawing. I said, okay, I went to the Times of India, but the Times of India editor refused to do it. He said public memory short. I said public memory short. Bombay Ophthalmological memory is not short. So anyway, I had a tough time. And anyhow, thanks to God and thanks to Dr. Badna, Dr. Jane was there. So so this was the 15th July 1990. I started the adityajyot hospital, and I wanted to call it a hospital because I said just look hospital at a medical director, Bombay Hospital at a medical director. So I decided I started adityajyot hospital and became medical director. Yeah.
Exercise. Respect to reading to all of you professionals of the very important and tremendous thing in my life. The carrying with the reading to all of campaign audience was the Dr. Natarajan was associated for almost all year, 1984 to 1988. They are happy, close to their family, only about 300, and happy on the low population. I had the radio witness one and all to the ground.
Oh, sorry.
To the 99, the top of our way. In a very long moment, I began gently understood and fundamental faith in my life. And like to underscore that, I happy with operating this today. Be happy, very proud of the dedication of the one that we have been able to see.
back.
Escape.
Escape. झूम मध्ये ना झूम याच्यावर केले ना कॅमेरा स्विच कर कॅमेरा स्विच कर तो चालू आहे ना कॅमेरा ऑप्शन असेल
Anyhow, I just you can see that how
तो
smart
कॅमेरा
he is.
दिसत नाही
And he was really smart. I used to tell him,
लॅपटॉपचा
"You are
कॅमेरा
smart," and tell me, I'm smart, but anyhow, I
तो
think
काढून ह्याला
the
लावायचा
greatness of him is he has come for all the
काढून ह्याला
the 90s, and
काढ
then
ना तो
he right now he has Parkinson's.
एक मिनिट
We wish him good health. I spent almost an hour, about a month back. He is doing very well with speech therapy. So again, thanks to Nikhil. He sponsors the Session2
कॅमेरा मध्ये
event and met of Badnath and he's promised, and without telling he does it every year. This year he had the grandest Session2 the so I'm happy most of the retina surgeons are trained in Session2. Next. Okay, so this is the Gandhiji statement which I have modified, and I put it as a patient is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us, we are dependent on him. He is not an interruption in our work, he is a purpose of it. He is not an outsider in our business, he is a part of it. We are not doing him a favor by serving him. He is doing a favor by giving us an opportunity to serve. So I tell every patient, thanks for allowing me to operate on you, because the most horrible cases come. Like tomorrow also I'm going to operate an explosive hemorrhage, on day of tomorrow, totally AC flat, nothing, and his vision is only PL. And he's expecting good recovery. Patient got 6-9 also, but I don't know how much he will get. I told him, whatever you get, you accept. And the patient. Next slide, nice. Samir, next slide. Yeah. I learned from Shivanandan that how to be patient. I used to show tantrums in all meetings because it doesn't work, and this is a problem of technology. No? It's okay. 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 So this is what I told somebody again. This is there in I learned from Swami Subodananda, and later I found out it is there in Uruguay. He says this is Puk Panda. Uruguay is the guru there. Yesterday is history, and tomorrow is mystery, but today is a gift, and that's why it's called the present. And in English, even though it's a present tense in grammar, present means a gift. So the present moment is a gift, and thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to the Jingnesh and Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society for giving me this. So this is how I started. And every time Shivanandan came, he used to tell me, "What is this? You are starting a hospital here." But he didn't know. I know he knew, but I think he was pushing me all the time from the edge to fall from the cliff and climb. So he said, "Okay, you want a hospital? You started. You dream it. And why there's no facade? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that?" And but one thing was, when everybody told me, even Banna came in this July '89, because I was already frustrated in Bombay Hospital. I told him I want to start. I don't know what to do. Then he said, "What will you do?" And I met the Bank of India chairman, and actually he told, "If you have the guts, you can. I'll give you the loan." But I said, "I don't have property." And he said, "If you have the technology cell, will give you idea." And you won't believe, I resigned in March from the Bombay Hospital. We are into 3 months notice. So I anticipated in July I want to do. And when I applied for the loan, and even I won't tell who I am from, somebody from the Bombay Hospital wanted to know which bank I applied. Luckily, I told them Central Bank of India. But it was from Bank of India. And the manager, I don't know who had told him, he came to interview me in March, and He just came and told me, you are not Rajan. You are retina surgeon. Your application, you are not even this, you are not then holding up outside the retina surgeon. He told me, this is your application is cancelled, he told me. I got a shock of my life. I didn't know what to do. I was upset, I was angry. I couldn't tell him anything because that's what he was talking in Marathi to me, and I didn't understand what he was telling. Then I called the chairman. I said, he has rejected my application. So he said, don't worry. Let him reject. I will make sure that somebody will come, take the application again, and give you the loan. What's your problem? Then my problem is I wanted to resign in Bombay Hospital. And now if I don't get the loan, how do I do it? It's only a 60 lakh loan that time. That is in 1990. And the dollar was only 70 rupees for $1, and now it's 79 rupees. And I had to borrow 25%, which I borrowed from Sindhi loans, which is terrible, where I paid 30% interest, 24% official and 6% unofficial, and that's why I was rated in 95. So I faced everything, and the underworld, there was underworld for threat also to me. And then I also got the income tax rate. And Bank of India, after that, told me, after this man retired, 3 years later, they told me, you're in red letter because you're not, you didn't pay what you promised. Because I didn't understand what is cash flow, I didn't understand this EBITDA, the EMI, nothing. Anyhow, I managed it. Then I got a loan from another bank, repaid this loan. And 2004, I converted to a company and started this adityajyot. So whatever I think problems will come, but I think you can overcome it. So I dreamt it, and every time he said, where is the facade? Where is the facade? So I made a company, and because I had visualized it, this was I think Dr. Preeti would have seen the old building, can't even recognize that building. It was like a doomed, dark building. It was a giant hospital called Char Hospital. When I first came outside, I was wondering who will come here and how to buy this and how to run. And that time that we came, we gave the contract to a company called Edifice, and then I referred in a dictionary what is the meaning of Edifice. And then later we can, and what we visualized we got. And I decided in, even now the chief secretary, that the private secretary to Governor Subramaniam was Mr. Johnny Joseph. He still remembers, he tells me, you came and told the governor that if you can't come in July to inaugurate, or Barna to inaugurate, and you had the guts to tell him, and the governor also appreciated it. And governor said, this boy will come up well in that. He is no more now, but I had the guts to tell the governor. I said, my mentor will inaugurate. You are supposed to come as a chief guest, but you are not coming, fine. Well, he went to Pune for the what you call monsoon plan. So I said, I can't change the date. So I decided, I started, and that time Barna came in 89 to check how I have been in that MOT, how I have the airflow in this 3 residential place. Even the BMC doctor refused to give me license. I had to fight. I got it. Anyway, finally, it was running 32 years. So if you only do what you can do, you will never be more than who you are right now. And that's what Master Shifu. This is Master Shifu. So Master Shifu is a strict disciplinarian, and he talks only like a few words and gets the work done. And he punishes people, like you see the movie. So that's why I think, because I was punishing the fellows in their own work, and they called me Master Shifu. So and then this is again I met Swami Subramaniam. He became a great friend. He also told you should do like you should do good service. So that's why I started. And this is a candidate. So when I wanted Aishwarya Rai, so that's why I said I wanted Aishwarya Rai. I got the contact, and I decided I okay. Okay, so what I decided, I wanted Aishwarya Rai. She came next to me sitting in Dr. Tiwari. So even that function, I think Aishwarya was kept somewhere. I decided and kept next to me. She wanted scolded me. You never looked at anybody. You only looked at Aishwarya Rai. I said 4 hours she decided to be with me. Why should I look at this? And I had the guts to do that. So again, this is a great moment for me. With no function, I told the president, I talked to him on mobile. He said, I want you to come to Adityajyot. He asked me what for. I said, just meet all my staff. He came. You can see that. Play that.
Hence, I am very happy to adityajyot hospital to visit. This interest came to me to visit here.
Anyways, so this one he came actually because he sent a baby whose both eyes were for black magic in Gujarat, Rajkot. So they took some stick and squeezed the eye and cut the body in the stomach and threw it in the ground for some black magic to get money, to get well. So somehow that police inspector, I don't know why, he contacted President of India saying that both eyes are lost, what to do. So he called me, President asked me, will you do it? I said, no problem, I'll do the surgery free. So both eyes, I did, the child stayed for 1 month, but nothing, it was terrible life. Like somebody putting a stick in both eyes and doing this in the eye and then endophthalmitis, with the catoplasty, nothing, and only saved the eye, not the vision. But President was grateful. So he asked in return what you want. I will pay you, he said, from the President's part. I said, I don't want money. And then he just come, whenever you come to Bombay, visit me. So he came. So whenever I went to Delhi, I visited Rashtrapati. Time is up. I know, but we started late now. Michelle, 5 minutes. I told her to get up and tell me. So this, again, Shivanandan, his friend, he's a great friend, Dr. Vasudev Vidya, unfortunately died at the age of 55. That's why Shivanandan spoke about health as well. I think he's a great disciplinarian. Every day morning, we are in the gym, Monday to Friday. Saturday, Sunday, early morning, we walk. So today, I want to start the program here at 8:30, 9. So I went early morning, 5:30, and then we walked, finished, and I went home. And after that, I came here at 9:30, and we started in time. So that's what he does daily. And then he also does yoga. My problem is when close day, I sleep off. So I am not able to do the yoga, but I do many things in the thing. And so he introduced this Vasudev Vidya. He runs the lab called Diagnosis in Thane. He's a very good friend of Dr. Vidya Patwardhan in Pune. And they are, I think, classmates or something. And so unfortunately, he died at the age of 55 last year. He gave a free place in Bombay, nobody will give. He gave me a free place in Thane. He had a lab. Now we have shifted the lab to Khalsa College. So we have a MOU with the National Facility for Biotechnology. And so now I'm also my father started a genetic eye clinic along with Professor Kumar Manikwer, who is my classmate from school. So we are friends for more than 55 years now. And so he's one of the authority on clinical genetics and ophthalmology. And he also worked in clinical ophthalmic genetics in Shanghai for 11 years and with me. And now, so he's Dr. Takeshi Iwata from President, and myself as the Secretary General, and Dr. John Prakash is from NIH. So we are doing a global identity consortium international conference in Bombay on November 19-20. I booked Bombay Hospital to Dr. Lahiri. So all of you are welcome who are interested in ophthalmic genetics. My father told me half the book of Parsons you can't do anything. That is retina. So it's all hereditary retinal degeneration. So now the entire world is working on that. So there's a big inherited retinal degeneration book, and that's my interest. We have a genetic clinic in adityajyot in my father's name. So your mind is like this water, my friend. When it is agitated, it becomes difficult to see. But if you allow it to settle, the answer becomes clear. So this is what the final part of the movie in Kung Fu Panda, where you will say the secret is there, secret ingredient to become a Kung Fu Panda warrior. He will be there in the Dragon Warrior, in that ceiling kept high, almost 3 floors high. By the time he reaches there, then he finds out there is no secret. The secret is he just look down, and in the water you see crystal clear. So what is your image? So he says, when your mind is clear, everything will be clear for you. So that's what the movie says. And then, so this is the. So to make something special, you must have to believe it. It's special. And so I believe in this 6P. And this is, anybody knows who's this? Very good. So he's a great friend of mine. I don't know how many people know about Rabindranath Tagore. When I went to Bolpur, I heard Rabindranath Tagore used to talk to spirits. I think Einstein also did, I think, I'm not sure. He also talks to spirits. I don't understand. Even today, I was listening to Swami Vivekananda. He also talks about something with spirit. But anyhow, I'm not getting to that. But he's a great dancer. He's my friend again through Shivananda. So he taught me that 4 P's from him. That is perseverance, perfection, patience, and prayer. So the other two I did it because as a veterinary surgeon, we tackle for like 40 micron, 1000 micron makes 1 millimeter. I tell them every patient we operate on 40 micron sensitivity, the ILM and the internal limiting membrane and the peripheral membrane. So precision is there and persistence is what now focus with the. He said, no, you can take risk with the. So this is what. So I think years of dedication, work with passion, and even failure are stepping stone. And this is what Dr. Kalam said. That's why he said he likes the sea waves because every time it rises and falls, again it rises. So you're right. And my life is full of problems. Vignesh mentioned that and his own life. I think life is full of problems. Everybody will have some sad side. But what is the problem? I always smile. And I think you keep smiling. It's not average yet. You just laugh. He said, we define to to laugh often. So you have to laugh and laugh at yourself. And actually, the slide missing here. I usually put Raj Kapoor and Charlie Chaplin, and they both laughed at themselves. But the only problem is both were crying inside. In the movie Maharashtra Joker, he acts as a Joker, but he cries. I don't know whether you've seen the movie. There's 2 intervals, and then he has 3 heroines. I think. In that he has a love failure, so he'll cry. So Marna hai, Jeena hai. That really, and then Charlie Chaplin said, I cry in the rain so that others don't know that I'm crying. So I never cry. I think I always tell whoever cries is a coward. And if you cry, you're not having faith with yourself or God and you're a fraud. So you must let go of the illusion of control and get ready to dance with the danger. And I do that. So that's why I went to Kashmir, and that's the Kashmir story. So full, like desert city. Everybody in the hospital was afraid. Sir, if you go to Kashmir, you can't contact you. No mobile work in 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed. And we have operated 1,011 veterinary surgeries in the patients because 10,000 patients had pellet injuries. And so this is the scene, and that's 400 pellets are there in one cartridge, and the bullet goes like this. And then one child, Tarindin Shah, she was a poster girl of Kashmir and was in the trauma ward in Jagjeevan Hospital, Delhi for 2 months with a meninges injury. So AIMS could not operate. I think Dr. Atul could not operate because the patient didn't have fitness. So 2 months later, no PL it came. From no PL, it came to PL. I made sure I spoke to the international trauma, full interest that I do the best, but no non-promise vision. And then every press was asking, right from ISIS to the New York Times to the LA Times, everybody, economists, everybody was there. And this was suddenly people will come, store thrones, and there are several movies made on that. So I, again, as an all India, I made this screening through teleophthalmology to prevent diabetic blindness. And like our Prime Minister, I made this statement. I will continue doing that. And thanks to Nikhil for starting that pledgemyeyes.org. Nobody has seen. Kindly see that. Even now you can Google pledgemyeyes.org. Dedicated for eye donation. The entire Entod has done this during the eye donation fortnight this year. Thanks, Nikhil, for that. And then, so I did this first project in the world using the mobile phone, using offline AI, first time in the world, and published in JAMA. And we had a best commentary by Dr. Alvin Du, veterinary surgeon from Johns Hopkins. So you have any time, I don't have any financial interest. So tomorrow we'll talk more about that. And this is the way we are doing in entire slums of Mumbai. And so this is where in this all stories covered. And so this was the one which Sneha mentioned. So I wanted to say this was Ratna Hall of Fame started inducting the chartered members from in 2016. So they did include the first one was Dr. This one, what's his name? Helmholtz. So in 1851, Helmholtz found the ophthalmoscope. From that time till 2016, 242 retina surgeons are there. You have the Albert Gassard is the only ophthalmologist who got gold medal, Nobel Prize for ophthalmology. 3 other ophthalmologists got Nobel Prize, but they're not for ophthalmology. One for chemistry, one for some neurophysiology and other things. So Jules Gonin, then Carl Stargard, then Ernst Custodis, Charles Stephens, R. Velikov, my mentor, Dr. Aralia, who was the first surgeon who did retinectomy, Robert McCormick. I'm glad I was there, and also Colin Payman, Jerry Shields, John Scott, Lauren Renuzzi, and he's a living legend, Stephen Rand, Steve Charles, Stanley Chan. And then, so this was the truth one, because only 2 Indians are there, the charter members. That's Dr. Balna and myself. Thanks to training of Dr. There's no application, there's no nomination. So these are the 242, say, part of history. But right now, so I'm glad they are part of history from 1851. So this is there in the Alchemist book. When you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. So I want to be the best veterinary surgeon in the world, and it happens. It will happen, not automatically. You will work for it. And I said work with love and passion. There's no hard work to work. So this is there in the movie Om Shanti Om in Hindi, where it's fiction. It comes in like rebirth. He says the same what Paul Coelho says. So this is my daily routine. This was doing the Sean didn't allow me to wait, right? So we did in Zoom daily. So we did our own. We did a bought a dumbbell and made me do the Zoom the exercise in the morning. And this is my day. So I decided to, I wanted to be like some Vivekananda, so I stitched one, the orange, though the people don't like it, but anyhow. So embrace your awesomeness, and your story may not have such a happy beginning, but that does not make you who you are. It's the rest of it, who you choose to be. So everybody can choose. And for your question, I answer. And so this is Master Shiv. So this is what they made in 2014. But I took 6 years to open this movie and see what is this. This was made in 2014 and I used it now. So thanks to everybody for many comments. They will answer your question that you asked in the morning. I want to read one. Where is the book? This book, I sent a photograph of the books in the which I didn't make it. So I want to read the definition of success, which I like. This I made in 2004. So actually, Barack Obama said, I said you can do it with Rajinikanth in 2004, and Barack Obama said yes, we can in 2009. So this is autographed by Rajinikanth, and finally he became my friend. It took 20 years to become friend, but doesn't matter. So whatever you want, you get. So somebody asked me, we say, if I want, I should have like that. So the answer is no. Tell me why. Really? No, somebody asked me, if I want, I should have, can I get? The answer is no. Why? Tell Preeti. Madam, you tell. That answers your question in the morning. Anybody? You are sure about telling me, no? So if you ask somebody, will I get Nobel Prize? What does it mean? No, I will get the Nobel Prize. So there's a doubt in the question. So when you doubt anything, it's not a...
in some other form.
No. Will I see? Somebody is asking me, Kasala asked me, I want Aishwarya, will I get? The question itself is negative.
We should say, I want Aishwarya.
What can I get? How do I get?
No doubts.
Yeah. So this is the best definition. I forgot who wrote it. This is what I've written. I read about success daily. So this is the best definition I like better than I know that Ralph Waldo Emerson. And so this is the best definition I like. Success is the ability to be happy and make others happy. The ability to love and to be loved. And the ability to remain in peace and harmony with yourself and with those around you and with God's cosmic laws. So that's the best. Some also said, dare to dream and never doubt your dreams. So that's the main thing. I think if you doubt, everybody has doubt. I want to become rich, but can we lie? That's all. You will know. You cannot. So, did you get an answer for success? The question has an answer in that itself. You are asking a shortcut, not at all right. Now, I want to be president of ICO. I will become. So, I became the first officer in the 165 years of ICO from India. There are so many trustees like of Jane Rao, of Nagpal, of Prajna, but nobody became the office where they were trustees. I am also board of trustees. Plus now I'm in the office where. And it happened. It's all again my nomination. Then you have to get elected, which I done in September 8th. So same thing with all my elections in all India. My first election I lost in Bombay Ophthalmological in '98. And I was upset. So that time everybody said if you're going to be upset like that, you should not contest the election. But 2002 I started my journey in all India. No, '93 I started in the scientific committee and the retired 2020 years. Any comments? Archana?
It's highly inspiring. Story and like a dream for us.
Choose what? No. What is the compromise? No, sorry. Long hours offered me here the retina. What I wanted, they gave. But they didn't give me enough instruments to practice. So I didn't compromise. What I did, when somebody, when I was like this talking, someone, the bank chairman said, why are you working for Bombay Hospital? Why can't you start your own? Yeah. I just answered him, how will I start? I don't have money. He said, you want money? Apply for loan, he said. I said, how do you apply loan? I asked him. I didn't know. He said, you apply. If you have guts, you do it. He said, you have guts to practice. I said, I had a guts to come from Madras.
When you want to achieve a hospital, it just went on and on. Like, or were you having something in your mind that this is what I want to achieve? Or
No, that's what I'm saying. I dreamt to be the best eye doctor in the world and make a
then
fire.
he got the event that this is what I want now. That today, in 2022, I want a hospital. In 2023,
No.
I want the best.
No,
It's not
you
like
can't.
that.
No, that's what is out of your control.
Yeah.
The
Because the event just went on and on.
No,
You
no,
have a
past
time.
and future is out of control. It's not in your control. What is in your control? Dream is in your control. Now, work for the dream is in your control. That's what I did. See, I dreamt of, I told my father, Babu Ranjan, who was the past president, he was, even though I worked under Dr. Birna, I liked his way of working because he worked under Dr. Birna. He was trained by Dr. Croft in Australia and came in 77 and practiced with Dr. Birna for 1 year in a Vijay hospital and started the laser. And I did the first endo laser, even though Dr. Birna got it. He told me to do the first endo laser. Right. And so that's how I became all India famous that time. And I did all the end ophthalmology of the country. I done the maximum end ophthalmology in 85. So when nobody even could do it like me. So what I'm saying, the opportunity strikes at that time. Everybody told me in 84 when I left government hospital and joined Dr. Birna, they said you're doomed. When you do retina, people will see like this. Sort of globally of, hey, you are carrying a visual acuity chart in the hand, man, like this. So sometimes even my professor used to take the patients and ask, how much is this? Because pen can't count. You can't see. So that was the veteran strategy. Now we give 6/6. And Dr. Birna quit giant retinal there because we used to operate like this. Yes. And me and him and Dr. Gopal. So he told me I'm talking about every patient from 6/6 with giant retinal there went to PVR. Right. Now then later PFC came. I did this PFC in India because I had the guts to go. So what I'm saying is opportunity strikes everybody. And you can't plan 20, 21 or nothing. See, that's what I'm saying. I dreamt of celebrating 200 years and election was conducted in 70. I became a president in 2019. I could convince the governing council and we did celebrate. I celebrated 200 years from 2018 to 2020 all over the world. I gave a talk 200 years of ophthalmology, proudly, even though no relation with who's our first 600 BC. No, the first cataract surgeon. So 600 BC, we celebrated. And so that when I presented 200 years of ophthalmology, somebody told me your history is wrong. I said, no, sir. We are, and 17th century, we had Chhatrapati Shivaji's 11th descendant, King Sarkoji II, did eye surgery in Bangalore. Records are there. That was not published it when I was editor in Indian Journal of Ophthalmology. So India has a rich thing for eye surgery. And 200 for 3 years of Africa, which is not there anywhere. Maybe few in Egypt, few in Paris, there, even in UK there. Even Chicago was started in 1835. Madras was started in 1819 and Moorfield in 1805. So that's why I love history. And I'm now a part of the history of American academy of Consumerism. So whatever you dream, you get. So that's what Paul Coelho said, no? When you want something, the world, not world, the universe conspires to get it. So that's what do you want? I mean, I want to be president of ICO. Nothing is going to come in the platter. You have to work for it. You have to, whatever lobby, many things you have to do it. But to do everything straight.
Is there a timeline for your 5 years later and not be?
No, you can't do that. How will you do it? You know the exam.
Maybe good part of Dr. Natarajan will
It was not my question. I was asking.
whether he had planned it out.
Even to things, I'm not asking the things, it's the event of things that happen. When you have something in the back of your mind, this is what you want to achieve.
Correct.
It was a cascading effect. What I have been witness to his development right from his practice here, I have seen he's taken a very bold step at the way he said. Bombay Hospital, I was trying to provide an instrument, but then he said, at the moment you don't have it, so I'm leaving. So it was a big step going into the open
He told me from
uncharted
Bombay
territory.
hospital, you leave and go to Dhaka, he told me laborers will come. So I told them, if they want luxury, they'll come to Bombay hospital. If they want saving, they'll come to Dhaka. I did. And Dhaka became the Dr. Haldipurkar and me started the career same time. He was with me. We used to go to Dr. Gokhale's clinic for meeting, VOA meeting, and he was also practicing radial cardiology at that time, 88. And that time we went to Panvel. I didn't know where was Panvel. Nobody knew, no. And later, 5 fellows came to Panvel all over the world. Even now, people know Panvel because of Haldipurkar. We made a destination. So I think what you want, it may not happen that you can't plan. That is all the strategy planning. You can only dream, you can work for it. See, now I want to be president of ICO. I have to look for the opportunity. Tell me, I want to be president of All India, but I do so many steps, no? So you're under the managing committee member, so all that it takes but you can dream. And when you dream, you'll get all the things will come in time. So that's what
What he's trying to say is what Mr. Shivananda also said. You focus on a certain thing, make that as your aim. That is what he's saying. I am dreaming of becoming the president of the ICO. If you keep following, then you open up your mind to that, out of the box thinking and try and achieve it. That is exactly the journey that he has read out. So inspiring and motivating for each one of us.
To get a Nobel Prize in ophthalmology. There's no ophthalmology, Nobel Prize in medicine is there. So already in 2000, I went to the town hall where the Nobel Prize was given. 2005, I went again. 2010, I did a conference with them in St. Mary's Hospital, which I also started in 1990. Singapore National Hospital started in 1990. I started in 1990. So they're all same 20 years old, 30 years old. So, and then now every continent I wanted to go, I'm going. Every month I'm traveling, I want to go and come back, operate. So whatever you want is happening. So it's all in your mind. And this is
You
what
dream it and you have it in mind and you can achieve it. That is what he's trying to put it across.
Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte won the war the night before. How? That's there in Monkusu. I got the book. Monkusu. Everything is done twice. That is one in the mind and next in reality. Happens. We went on the next day, and Napoleon Bonaparte had 6 secretaries, and between the two the war zone, he used to sleep in the house. I sleep in the plane. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, for the experience and inspiring speech. We have been following you for a long time. From day one, the start of practice, of course, we were not a contemporary, you are a senior in Shankar Nethralaya, and we have seen you evolve into a world leader, not a national, but a world leader, and you are leading from the front. Today's lecture was testimony to the whole thing. So now we have another leader, young leader coming up, the director of Entod Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Nikhil Masurkar, who addresses on leadership. More about somebody is going to introduce?
Sir is going to.
Yeah. Okay. So I have been.
Just check the mic. Yeah, so I'm happy. Like Nikhil is my elder brother. Yeah. Yes. And I'm happy because I know Nikhil's father for long and Nikhil too. And more than he runs the Entod. One thing Nikhil has done is he's actually started his work in London. He met his wife there. No, and somebody helped him there.
My part.
So Nikhil started his career in London, and he met his wife there. She's also from the pharmacology field. But what Nikhil has done is he started a lab in London. That's why we are proud. And Nikhil's grandfather started Entod, which you saw in the video. And Nikhil's father is so they are in ENT, they are in ophthalmology, but I think Nikhil's contribution is to dermatology. And I think they have world-class products, which is most expensive for us, but in UK, I think around the eyes, and plus I think they are an international company, not make in India and make for the world. And I think local and do global. And that's what I think. I'm glad they are from Maharashtra. Wonderful things all over the world. And I think Entod is known. Entod stands for ask them what is the meaning. I mean ENT, ophthalmology, dermatology, right? No, Nikhil? ENT, ophthalmology, dermatology. So that's all the word Entod.
Can I share about the things about Entod, which I know when I started my practice way back in 87, senior Masukar Sahab used to come to my clinic. That time Entod was a very small company, and today, 30 years down the line, it is one of the largest companies in India, and it has got global footing everywhere. So congratulations for all that, and that is why we are here to know in a pretty young age what leadership is about. What do you think? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, thanks for your kind words. It's a pleasure being here in front of all of you, and also a great privilege for.
Are you okay with that?
One second,
I think the
Microphone is not working.
Take this also.
Take
that.
on
Take this also. Take our hold it close.
Is there a volume?
Yeah.
Is there a volume? Increase the volume here. Yeah. Yeah. Now it comes.
It's coming now.
Yeah. This is better. So yeah, once again, everyone, wish you a very good evening. Thanks, Dr. Natarajan, for the kind words. Thanks to the MOS for allowing me to come here and say a few words. My presentation, I think, is the shortest of all, so that's good news for everyone. But I thought it's more about words rather than trying to make it, visual. I used to always look upon Dr. Natarajan sir and figure out what actually keeps him going all the time. That endless energy in sir was always a mystery. Until I read his book. Can you go on the next slide? So there was a book that I read called The Heart of the Lotus Sutra, which tend to answer which kind of answered all my questions. So, sir, I know the secret now. Right. So, if you ever get the chance to read this, please do, because it will change your life, like how it has changed my life, and it changed my life pretty late as well. So it's never too late to get on to something like this. So the topic here was basically about leadership skills, qualities that made me the managing director of Entod. I think it was an odd topic because to be honest, very honestly, my dad is who basically made me into what I am. See, I didn't have any leadership qualities as such. I wasn't born with them. In fact, I was put into this position very early on. Although yes, I did have a vision. I had a passion to do something great. I had the knowledge. I had the will. I had the opportunities, and also I managed to develop some very useful skills along the way. But for all of this to transform into success needed something much more. Everyone has this. We all have passion. We all have a dream. We all have a vision. But somehow it doesn't work out the way we want it to. So now for me, leadership is not just about your own success. It's about making the people around you successful. It's about taking your people with you. So together you can be successful with them. Success, I've always been told, is plural, it's not singular. Success is inclusive, it's not exclusive. And I think the day we realize this, that's the day that we try and come closer to success. So what according to me are the most important qualities of a leader? I thought about this, and I wanted to give you a different perspective of what I feel the leadership is. There's a lot on YouTube on different aspects of leadership. Some of it is good, some of it is confusing, some of it doesn't allow us to move forward. But for me, from my own journey, number one is passion, which a lot of us have, but this passion should be endless. It should be every single day when you wake up in the morning, this passion should be there, whether you have a good day or you've had a good day or a bad day, the previous day, the passion should be continuous and endless. Secondly, which is very, very important, I feel, and probably one of the hardest things is discipline. Discipline in your food, discipline in your exercise, what time you wake up, what time you sleep, how late you're up at night, what you do. Discipline is probably one of the hardest things to keep consistently over a period of time. If you get over that and if you manage to do it, then that's a great thing. But more than all of that, there is a magic word which I only discovered recently, and I feel that this is something which I feel kind of completes that puzzle of life, and that's called compassion. Now, compassion is one great word which can take almost a lifetime to understand, but if you're lucky and blessed enough to grasp it a bit earlier on, it can fill your life with prosperity, good luck, and happiness. In short, if someone wants to earn good luck, like what Natarajan sir was saying, there's no such thing as luck. It's all hard work, and that's true. But if you want that good luck to come to you, then you should have the courage to be compassionate. It comes by itself without even you asking for it. To show compassion is one of the greatest signs of a leader. And already why I feel that's the case, because not only does it make you attractive, it makes your business attractive, it makes your hospital attractive, it makes the people who work for you attractive, and all of this only leads to positivity, prosperity, and good luck. Now, when I'm talking about compassion, I'm not talking about emotion. Both are very different things. When you're emotional about something, it drains you out. You get tired, it sucks out every bit of positive energy from you. It lets other people take advantage of you. So this is something that one should try to keep as minimum as possible. You should stay away from it. There's a phrase which says emotional fool. We all become emotional fools at some point or the other in our lives. So what I'm talking about when I say compassion is simply about understanding the people around you without taking on much emotional baggage. The potential of this is unlimited and it doesn't even drain you out. It keeps you going lifelong. When you are compassionate, you understand your people. You know how to lift them up. You know how to enhance their performance. You know how to make them see your vision. You know how to make them happier and peaceful. And all of this is what makes you a great leader. Whether you're running a company or a hospital, it's the same. Then people start to follow you. Not because you're a nice person or you have a good heart, but because you have the capacity and courage to understand their heart without you draining yourself out. You become invincible. And you don't even get drained out. So this is what I feel leadership is all about. And I think it really helps in business. I never thought it did actually, but then when I learned more about it, I started practicing it in my daily life, whether it's my personal and or business life. It took me about 40 years to understand this concept and experience it with proof. This kind of leadership doesn't only give you growth and success, but it makes you genuinely happier. There's a lot of people here when they're starting off young, they start to plan their careers, they start to plan their success. We don't really plan our happiness in any way or the other. We don't realize that there could be a situation where you are super successful as what the world would call you, but you just wouldn't be happy, you know, and it may not even be worth it. So I think that while people plan their success, you need to plan your happiness. Both have to go hand in hand. I think that's all that I wanted to say. I wasn't sure I was going to even be here, but I thought I wanted to just get this point across, because this gives a different perspective of what leadership is, and I've experienced this. You know, we all have failed in life. We all have moved forward. I think for me, compassion is the biggest strength that one can have. You know, and it's just the potential of this is something which we can't even imagine. You know. Natarajan sir mentioned a bit earlier on about, you know, spreading good vibes to the universe and the universe reciprocates. That's exactly what it is. When you're compassionate towards creation, creation hits back. You know, it's like a tsunami of positivity that can come your way. So with that, I would like to wish you all the best, and I would genuinely pray for each person's happiness, success, and prosperity. Thanks to the MOS. Thanks to Dr. Natarajan sir for giving me the chance to come and talk. I hope that this forum gets bigger and bigger every year. I think it's nice to see people coming in from all parts of Maharashtra. Our support will always be there for something like this. So once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. No, not that one. I think they are always there for support. So I think it's a great thing. Even this LDP, I just called him, and he was actually not well. Nice of him to come. I pressurized. I know law of attraction. He'll come. I called the dad also. I said I want to become. No, is a negative, positive will become negative. He said. That's about the step. And now I'm happy he's here. Thank you, Nikhil, for everything. And I think it's really great. Any questions to Nikhil or me or even Vignesh? Anybody? I want to say something. Naina? Any comment? You have the secretary. No, any comments?
Yeah, my comments.
Not one.
I want to ask one question. How many hours of how many hours a day of real work does a person need to achieve what we are looking for?
See, I think already answered is because you spend 10,000 hours if you want to be like Mozart or like Michelangelo. But if you read about Michelangelo, the book Concise Mastery by Robert Greene, he written, beautifully say, ordinary fact is there. I only remove the extra screw. Nobody likes about time. And when we started doing vitrectomy, I've done 9 hours surgery. And then I also don't know what the hell I was doing inside that small space. One patient. Yeah. After that, you'll not say anything.
He used to do giant error.
You can't open that. No, there's no time. See what I'm saying? There's nothing like, see, as I said, one word discipline. You have to be disciplined for many things. Like, for example, how you scrub for surgery, or how you are making yourself for your whatever the walking event. No, I think see, it's like an actor. Somebody is involved and somebody has to develop. So only thing practice. And Shamakta says that practice. And so I tell something that what I practice, I preach, and what I preach, I practice. Same thing, Shivanandan said, walk the talk. I think all successful people do that. That way, Swami Vivekananda lived only 39, and this guy, Ramanujam Srinivasan, lived only 32 years. And whatever sums he did, till now people are doing PhD on that. He wrote the problem, he wrote the answer. And every time that Professor Hardy will ask him, Srinivasan, please tell me how did you get the answer? He said, I don't know. The God came in my tongue and gave the answer. He said, how can you tell the Royal Society with that? He said, I don't know. And they will do that. If you see the movie, what's the name of the movie? There's a movie on Srinivasa Ramanujan. I think, what is it? Infinity. The man who saw infinity. The man who saw an amazing life. I've seen the play also, but I love him. I mean, what a man he was. I gone to the house. He was an ordinary boy in the temple, Kumbakoram, where Sarangapani Street, and there's a temple, and then he was all the time looking in the window like that. And that's a very ordinary house it is. And he was born in, I think he wrote, their father was a clerk. And then he was a great mathematician, I think, thanks to whatever he had thinking. And he was taken to London, but only mistake he made is he didn't eat anything except curd rice. So because of the immunity, he had tuberculosis and died. And it was sad. But what I'm saying, Swami Vivekananda also died of something, but he died at 39. But I think there's no hours there. I think it's all in the mind. And that way, you mean Hitler. I mean, even Shivanand more cybercrime is talking, but he used to give a talk to our AOS LDP on organized crime. So even the crime gangster, he always gave example of the Rahul, how organized, the ordinary sub-inspectors, constable's son.
Yes.
And then that also is not a third or fourth son, something like that. And how he became an organized crime leader. Everything is organized. It's an organized syndicate. So I think it's again a discipline in that organization. The way he's a leader. So I think even you learn from your opponents. And you learn from the enemy. And I think that's important. I mean, you can see what's happening in the world. And I think that's self-discipline, and you decide you go ahead. And you don't worry about what is it. Even though I like to dress, I think I see 2-3 minutes only in the mirror. After that, the world sees. And who cares? You look well, no? No, you dress well, you look well, and you decide to be young. I was just showing the video. I read the book Ageless Body, Timeless Body and Ageless Mind by Deepak Chopra. He has written, if you want to be 18, you can be 18. Now he is looking old, but I am looking young. Now I followed it, but I am happy it's happening. So I think the whole thing is that's what I'm happy all of you have started thinking, and that's important. The whole idea of the leadership is to think. And everyone, Robert Sharma has written a book, you can lead without a title. He says, why do you want leader? Why do you want a title? Even as an ordinary member of MOI, you can do a lot of things for MOI. As an ordinary citizen, you can do everything for India. But you have to decide. So when you are representing India, you have in mind, you are representing India and you are the leader. And that's what I told. And without realizing in the stage I told in Malaysia, we gave an award to Professor Ma from China. I hope this brings Indo-China friendship.
I think when you do something with conviction and a pure heart, even 1 second is equivalent to a minute. So I think it's time is just a relative concept.
Yeah, but
even one word can make a huge impact.
Einstein told this theory of relativity. In a joke also they said, waiting for a bus for 5 minutes looks like 5 hours, and talking to a girlfriend for 5 hours is like 5 minutes.
Anyway, on behalf of the
Right. And before you close, no?
Yeah.
He has the invitation.
Okay. On behalf of the Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society, I am extremely thankful for the B-School Velinger Institute of Management who have conducted a fantastic session today. I am sure everybody must have benefited quite a bit. Tomorrow we have another session coming up. Do join in large numbers and see to it that you
Shivanand is coming here.
Yeah, and I think there is a change in program. We have convinced Mr. Shivanandan to talk about cybercrime, which is of course the in thing today. Everybody should be aware of what is going on. Definitely is going to benefit. So big thank you to Dr. Natarajan sir, also who has taken the initiative to see that this program is nicely channelized and worked up. The whole structure and conceptualization has been done by him. Even the speakers and all he has decided. And again, a big thank you to Mr. Nikhil, in spite of having COVID, is being here. Maybe not now, but suffering from COVID, and in spite of twice suffering from COVID, that is what I got the info. And in spite of that, he made it, and I short on a speed lecture. What he said, 4 things are very important. If you really implement it in letter and spirit, it definitely works. Thanks to Raman Bhai and his team also. The Entod people, they have been very supportive and full sponsorship we have got for 2 days. We are enjoying courtesy. The Entod, a round of applause for Dr. Natarajan.
He mentioned about compassion, it may take lifetime to understand. Every day I talk about compassion like that in my staff. and I think they are all useful. And I want to tell that there's a book which I sent the photograph. I think Compassion and Medicine by first Dalai Lama called Rinpoche and Dr. Robert Schultz. That was gifted by Dr. Abdul Kalam to me. It's a whole book is on compassion, and I think that's a beautiful book. Compassion and Medicine.
Sure. Just a small token of